Welcome to this edition of Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
Georgia remains under a public state of emergency until December 9th. Officials say residents should stay home, but if you must go out, wear a mask. As cases increase, officials with the Georgia Department of Public Health say more people are trying to get a COVID-19 test. If you need to get tested, go to dph.georgia.gov/COVID testing. That's dph.georgia.gov/COVID testing. Concerns about another super spreader leads the CDC to issue a stern warning. The agency is asking citizens to forego Thanksgiving travel and stay home. Some airlines are allowing passengers to cancel flights for free or with a credit. Fulton County schools will offer the option of in-person or remote learning after the Thanksgiving holiday. Parents have until December 11th to let the district know the plans for their children. The Georgia Secretary of State certifies election results, confirming the presidential win for Joe Biden by more than 12,000 votes. Brad Raffensperger says there's no evidence of voter fraud. Since the pandemic began, Hosea Helps has seen a 400% increase in requests for food. The organization is celebrating 50 years of service to Metro Atlanta. Although the annual Thanksgiving event will have a different look due to the pandemic, Hosea Helps will continue its mission of providing food and other assistance to those who need it. Citizens will receive everything they need for Thanksgiving dinner and food for a few days beyond. The nonprofit consulted with the CDC, which furnished new guidelines. I caught up with Hosea Helps President and CEO Elizabeth Amalami.
We can have one station on Thanksgiving Day where the cars drive through, pop up their trunk, and we put the food box in their trunk, and they keep going. So that's one thing we'll be doing at the Georgia World Congress Center on Thanksgiving Day. The second thing is the homeless. So, that's our heart, is the homeless and the unsheltered. They will be able to walk up and get as many sandwiches, fruit, chips, and drinks as they can carry, as well as a bag of pop-top cans of tuna, beef stew, and other food items. And they will have to take that with them and go back to their tent cities or their shelters because they're not allowing us to have any groups of people sitting and eating.
The third station will be for distribution of personal protective equipment, or PPE, so they can take it back to their respective communities and distribute it to curb the spread of the virus. There will also be information on rent, mortgage, and utility assistance on site. The organization is in need of volunteers and donations. So if you'd like to help, go to forhosea.org. That's the number 4, hosea.org.
I've got $1 million to spend.
You might remember Atlanta City Council member Amir Faroukhi's Downtown Decides, a participatory budget initiative. Well, he recently joined with District 2 residents to check out the fruits of its labor. 2 ADA-compliant crosswalks at Ted Turner and Williams at Peachtree.
That's a wrap. We'll see you on the next edition of Stay at Home Connect.
Okay.
What's going on today?
Today we're in West End at the Goodwill, and I'm one of the people that are being honored as an unsung hero.
Cleta is my girl. Cleta is one of the hardest working council members in the city.
Cleta's been providing leadership on council since I was in kindergarten.
Search that girl right now. What would you say? What would you say to her?
You mean from back then?
Just talk to her. Just talk to her.
Wow, you come a long way. And you're not done yet. You still got many miles to go.
Oh yeah, I was gonna let y'all take the selfie. Did she believe she would get on a wall?
No.
She didn't do it for the wall, did she?
It's very special to be honored. Somebody wanted my photograph a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't send it. I said, I don't need to be honored. So I didn't think any more about it until somebody sent me the mural, a picture of the mural. So I thought they were playing a joke on me, so I had to come over and see it. So it's a privilege. Tennessee State University and Clark Atlanta University School of Social Work helped to make me. But God has led me to this place, and I'm very grateful.
Job well done, madam.
Very good.
Job well done. Job well done.
Thank you.
Welcome to Stay at Home Connect. I'm Phyllis Jackson.
Many Georgia hospitals and intensive care units approaching capacity. Dr. Janet Memark is the Public Health Department Director for Cobb and Douglas County.
We have critically low critical care beds at this point, so probably one available in the county, and then there are low medical surgical beds. So remember previously I had said that the hospitals were busy and they weren't all COVID patients. Well, we're seeing more and more COVID patients that are being admitted.
Georgia election workers are back at work recounting votes from the presidential race. The Trump administration made the request. Unlike the hand count, which confirmed Joe Biden as the winner, this time the ballots are going through a scanner. Georgia counties have a deadline of December 2nd. Despite the warnings from the CDC advising against travel, millions of people are doing just that this Thanksgiving week. The TSA reporting more than 1 million people screened at U.S. airports. Atlanta City Council member Natalie Archibong takes part in a special Thanksgiving food giveaway with the Marcel Anderson Foundation. The event took place at the East Lake YMCA.
Before COVID-19, this wonderful foundation that was birthed out of a business in East Atlanta decided to help families have the ability to have a home-cooked meal. Instead of standing in line for food around Thanksgiving, cook the food at your own house. Have the dignity of independence and being supported by your community.
Residents received everything from dressing and vegetables, along with a gift card for turkey. Atlanta City Council member Marcy Collier Overstreet joins with reality star Candy Burris Tucker and Gooder for a Thanksgiving grocery store pop-up.
This Thanksgiving is not like any other Thanksgiving. Everyone has challenges that they've never had before. And more than ever, everyone needs these groceries, and they really want to get with their family in a small setting to enjoy Thanksgiving. And this is a way that we're doing that.
Everybody hold your horns if you're ready for the holiday.
Councilmember Andrea Boone joins Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms and rapper T.I. for the annual Thanksgiving food giveaway at Jackson Memorial Church. Endless rows of turkeys, collard greens, and other Thanksgiving dinner staples were handed out during the drive-thru event.
We are here to celebrate Thanksgiving with some of the residents in this community that are really in need of help.
That's a wrap. We'll see you on the next edition of Stay at Home Connect.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Matt Westmoreland, I chair of the Community Development Human Services Committee, and we are going to get started in 1 second. We are putting the finishing touches on the quorum. Thank you. All right, everybody, give me 1 more minute, and then we're going to get started. All right, I think we are ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Matt Westmoreland. I chair the Community Development and Human Services Committee. This is our regularly scheduled and second to last committee meeting of the year. It's Tuesday, December 1st at 1:34 p.m. I am joined on the call by council members Carla Smith, Antonio Brown, and Joyce Shepard. At least we will be joined later by council members Michael Julian Bond, Amir Faroki, and Natalie Archibong. Miss Houdini, will you read the remote meeting statement, please?
This Community Development Human Services Committee meeting is being conducted remotely as advertised and as in accordance with OCGA 50-14-1. The meeting will be conducted in conformance with Robert's Rules of Order and the Rules of Council as authorized by the City Code. The public may access the meeting by dialing 877-579-6743, conference ID 831-599-1256, which was noted on the November 20th, 2020 public meeting notice. The public may also view the meeting on Channel 26, the Council's homepage at citycouncil.atlantagA.gov, the Council's YouTube channel, or the Council's Facebook and Twitter pages via @ATL Council. All presentations are available on the Atlanta City Council Community Development Human Services Committee presentation page. The agenda was published and made available on November 23rd, 2020 via atlantacitygA.iqm2.com. In addition, the public was able to submit comments via voicemail at 404-330-6089 between the hours of 4 and 7 p.m. the day before this meeting. That all persons present on the remote council meeting conference bridge are requested to mute your phones and speakers. Additionally, speakers must be acknowledged by the presiding officer prior to speaking. Each council member is requested to open your Outlook email and minimize the screen. Amendments, substitutes, and informational documents have been distributed to the committee members beforehand. Thank you all in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I'm going to make a motion. We're going to take the agenda as it is printed, with the slight exception of the CARES funding update is going to come as part of the conversation around item number 24 as opposed to a standalone report. So I will make a motion to adopt our agenda. Is there a second?
Second. Brown?
Only need just a couple.
I've got a motion by Westmoreland and a second by Bond. We can open that vote.
One moment, please. The vote is open. And the vote is closed.
5 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. I will now make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second. Brown?
A motion by Westmoreland, second by Bond.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
5 yeas, 0 nays. The minutes are approved. Next up on our agenda is roughly 45 minutes of public comment. Mr. Massenberg, will you start that now, please?
Yes, this is Oscar Harris, and I'm in favor of moving forward with the city developing a parks and equity policy to ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair about how all the resources in all the parks are shared and as the parks maintained. It's very important that equity be across the city for all parks, how they are taken care of and how they are improved. So I am very much in favor of a parks equity policy to ensure that the city can be held accountable for how funds are allocated equitably and fairly. Thank you.
Hi, this is Robin Maxson with the Bonnybrook Estate Neighborhood Association. I'm calling to express my concerns about the parks program in the city of Atlanta. I am hoping that Atlanta will move to develop a equitable park policy and ensure that the city will be fair in allocating resources for all parks, whether they be in Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, or Southeast. I think that all parks should be maintained well, and they should receive the same amount of resources. Thank you.
Good evening, Emily Harris. I am one of the tennis instructors that have been unemployed since March of this year when the pandemic hit. Still is struggling to try to find a way to feed my family. Please allow Agape to take over the management of these centers so we can have the management structure and get tennis going back into these centers as they should be. I am ready to go to work. I am struggling out here trying to survive. I'm a tennis instructor. That's what I do. I teach tennis. And Atlanta is a big tennis population. Please allow this management team of Agape to manage these centers so that we can get them rolling. Thank you so much for your time, and I realize and hope that you guys do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Penny Blackford, and I live in zip code 30311, and I'm calling to encourage the City of Atlanta to move forward to develop a parks equity policy to ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair about how resources for all parks are shared and how all parks are maintained. We have a beautiful park in Adams Park, and we'd like to have some improvements made to it and to keep it maintained. And to do that, it takes funds, of course. Please consider our request. Parks equity policy. Park equity policy needs to be developed to ensure accountability. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Catherine Hansen, and I wanted to call and say a sincere thank you for bringing Agape up for review and voting. I know I speak for so many in the tennis community that the decision to move forward is exciting and a very good one. As I've mentioned before, I've experienced firsthand the change and impact that Agape has made in the current communities and facilities where they are organizing the tennis. And it's amazing to think about what is going to happen to all of the other Atlanta tennis facilities that are organized and run by the city right now. Agape has just done a phenomenal job. We're thrilled to see the change, the inclusion that Agape has done, primarily over at DeKalb, is so badly needed throughout all of the city parks here in Atlanta. And the decision is important, and it's a very good one. We are all so happy that professionalism, inclusion, organization, and the commitment to rebuilding so many of the communities is timely. We're confident that the decision to move forward is going to be well supported and a big change and something that we're all going to be celebrating and enjoying. It's amazing what happens when communities come together over the game of tennis, but it does require professionalism and organization, and Agape is fully prepared and has shown what they're able to do in the communities that they're currently running. So again, thank you so much. We're excited and we appreciate all the support in you listening to the public opinion and also thinking truly what is best for the community and Atlanta City. So thank you. Again, this is Catherine Hansen, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to give me a call, 404-431-5359. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Calvin Kemp, and I'm calling on behalf of Agape Tennis Center. I was happy to hear that the legislation was brought back in for them to manage the tennis centers. I personally grew up at Washington Park Tennis Center, and I know that it's very important to have professionally managed facilities so that all the facilities in Atlanta are ran the way that the people would like. I know Agape will do a good job because they have everything in place to professionally manage all of the facilities. I've witnessed firsthand the culture and the organization skills of Agape Tennis. And again, I'm calling in support of Agape Tennis managing the City of Atlanta facilities. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Silverman. I'm a lifetime resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and a current resident of the Adams Park neighborhood. I'm calling to make comments on two separate but related items. First, I'm calling to encourage the council to move forward and develop a parks equity policy that ensures that the city is held accountable for being fair about how resources for parks are shared and how all parks are maintained. This is particularly important now
as a society, we come to terms about how we act in an equitable fashion that makes sure that all of our residents are treated fairly and are given communities where they can truly blossom. Related to that is the matter of the tennis center. I'm disappointed that the Agape proposal will be brought forward again. I will leave a separate comment on this, but this is a demonstration to me that the community voice is not important in the matters of our rec centers, which do relate to my first comment about equity with the park equity policy. Thanks so much.
Hello, council members. I just wanted to call and say thank you so much for bringing back the legislation for the professional management of the City of Atlanta Tennis Center. It's so exciting. At first, I was undecided about who should actually be managing these tennis centers and what all the hubbub was about between the two different companies. But I've had the opportunity to go out to DeKalb Tennis Center, which I just loved, and I saw Agape Tennis Management was managing that facility. They've done a great job. The programs are fabulous. There was a lot of coaches. The place was vibrant. You could tell there was money flowing. And that's a great thing to see. That's a great thing for DeKalb County. Good for them. But we need to now get back to the City of Atlanta. And since you brought back the legislation, that's awesome. Thank you. We're excited about it. I think you will be very happy. Okay? If you have any questions, you're welcome to call me. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Deborah Smearman calling. I have two daughters, one in high school and one in middle school, and both of them play tennis. We used to play out of Piedmont, and obviously with COVID, and as well as the issues with the structuring of the courts over there and management of the courts, my girls haven't been able to play. I understand that the City Council is reconsidering Agape, and I am very excited to hear that it's a possibility that they will be over at Piedmont and opening the courts up under their management so that we can all move forward. I've heard great things about Agape from friends of ours who participate in the program over at DeKalb Tennis Center, and I'm just very hopeful that we'll be able to get some good news that the facility is going to be opened back up again very shortly, and that Agape will be handling the management so that we can all get back to playing tennis. Thank you.
Hello, this is Bernadette Allen, and I want to thank you for reconsidering the tennis center contract. During this process, I've learned more and more about Agape, A-G-A-P-E, which has brought about more excitement and eagerness for them to manage the facilities. Thanks for letting our voices be heard.
Hi, my name is Shrita Rumlingan. I want to thank the committee, take 2 minutes to thank the committee for bringing back Agape Tennis Center to manage the City of Atlanta tennis courts. Originally, in the beginning, I had some reservations about the new organization managing the City of Atlanta. Didn't know much about Agape, but after doing some research and finding out what kind of organization Agape is and, the level of training and commitment they have, we're really excited as a family to start training with Agape at the City of Atlanta tennis courts. So I want to thank the committee for bringing back to both. Thank you.
Hi, this is Joanne Biasfor. I live in Virginia Highlands, right by Piedmont Park, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm thrilled that you are reconsidering the tennis contract for the Piedmont Park courts. I've learned a lot about Agape in the last couple of months, and we are really excited and eager for them to manage the facilities, period. The kids are so excited to potentially have a place to play. It's been a long haul since August for all of them, period. Thanks so much for letting our voices be heard. It's really important for the community to get the tennis up and going again, especially for these kids who are trying to earn college scholarships. Thanks again for taking the time to hear me out.
Hi, my name is Gina Livingston, and I'm calling to say thank you for reconsidering the Agape tennis contract. And I think this is such a great choice for the city of Atlanta, and I'm so excited for Agape to get the opportunity to manage the tennis center. When I was at DeKalb Tennis Center the day after Thanksgiving, we hosted a very socially distanced and very safe round robin tournament with 28 people who had signed up. And it was such a blast and such a wonderful community. And I think that getting that sort of feel onto the courts at the city of Atlanta is really going to bring a lot to the city's Parks and Rec offerings and to what our citizens can do to become a more unified and inclusive and together city. So again, thank you so much. I hope that this passes out of committee and into the full city council and is approved. And there are so many of us out there supporting Agape, and we hope that you feel our enthusiasm for what they bring to the tennis team. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Faye John. I'm a 40-year resident of Southwest Atlanta. I live very much here on the edge of Adams Park. I'm in the Cascade Heights area. I love the park. Lots of work has been done there in the park, but my interest now is in some type of equity policy for the city. We're becoming quite a large metropolis, and I would like to see the council move forward on a parks equity policy just to make sure that the city is accountable for being fair about how the resources for the parks are shared and how they are maintained. If we could get something going on that, we live in one of the most beautiful parks in the city of Atlanta, but we want the maintenance of it and resources that can be used there. We want that to be equitable for the city. We want some type of policy to be put together, and that's basically where I am. Signs for voting signs have been just put on telephone poles, and I mean it's just really outrageous how they've polluted the area right around here where we live with these signs. They put them everywhere you can imagine, and then no one takes responsibility to remove it but the residents. So that's pretty much where we are. And thank you for your time. We'll be checking back to see if the message has been looked at. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Danita Brown. I'm a 30-year resident of the city of Atlanta. I currently live in Adams Park and have for a number of years. I own a piece of parcel of land that is over 1.5 acres, and half of it is heavily wooded, that I leave in that state for the natural wildlife and residents of our community to have a place to also call home. So I want to call in today to express a desire for Atlanta moving forward to develop a parks equity policy. That is to ensure that the city of Atlanta holds near and dear how resources for all parks in the city are being shared and how all parks are being maintained. Adams Park, which is in the southwest quadrant of the city, has a number of mature growth areas that over the years I've seen them not being cared for or being destroyed by new development. So again, I'm calling to advocate that the city of Atlanta moves forward to develop a parks equity policy that will ensure that all of our resources are being equitably distributed to protect and to maintain our parks for the enjoyment of all of the city's Atlanta residents and those beyond. So thanks for your time and the opportunity to leave a message for public comment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Baldwin. I live in Adams Park. We who live here see and appreciate the boardwalk and the other improvements and repairs done to our neighborhood parks. At the same time, it's all too easy to give some parks in some areas preferential treatment over others.
remedy for that is transparency in how resources are shared. That's what a parks equity policy would take care of. Please make that happen. Thank you for your time and for your interest in and assistance to Adams Park.
Good evening. My name is Faye Gunn. I'm a resident of the Southwest Atlanta neighborhood.
Hello, my name is Donna, and I wanted to call to thank you for reintroducing Agape to manage the tennis centers. I'm very excited that we'll be back able to play at these centers and have great programming under excellent management, and I look forward to playing there again. Thank you. Bye.
Greetings and hello. My name is Michael Nolan. I'm a city, live in the city, live in Atlanta. I actually live right behind south of the Cascade Nature Preserve. But I'm calling because I feel that Atlanta must move forward with the development of the park's equity policy. Our local park here really needs that, and I think it's going to help ensure accountability on the city's part as far as making all of these parks fair and transparent as far as the policies that govern them. Living here for a while, I noticed a huge difference. I moved from Midtown to the Cascades, and it's a big difference in how the resources for, say, Piedmont and Grant Park and other smaller parks right in town, even Central Park, differ from that of the Cascades Nature Preserve. But I definitely want those resources spread out and shared equally so that the parks are well maintained. And that's my comment. Thank you so much. Good day.
Hello, my name is Barry Joyce. I live in Adams Park. I would like to leave this message for the council committee. Atlanta must move forward and develop a parks equity policy. It is very important that the city is held accountable for fairly allocating resources for all parks, including Adams Park and some of the parks in the Southwest community, and that those resources are shared and that all parks are maintained. I look forward to hearing and seeing this put into action. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
This is Encinita Robinson, outgoing chair for NPUR. I live in District 11, and I'm calling to urge City Council to please review the equity of resources shared by the park system. The park system is one of the best things that the city has going as far as tourists and as well as residences, and they are being starved because unlike other funds, what's raised through the park system in certain parks, Chastain and Piedmont is not shared. This whole system has to be reevaluated. It's literally created a apartheid for other parks. We have major parks that are not being serviced because there's no funding, and Parks and Rec is constantly underfunded. We really need, as far as maintenance and in acquisition and just use, this has to be reviewed. It really needs to be studied right away. Thank you for your time. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thank you.
This is Corliss Clare. Atlanta must move forward to develop a data-driven parks equity policy that will ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair and transparent about how resources for all parks are shared and how all parks are maintained. We ask your support. Thank you.
My name is Chanella Arenzi. I'm a resident of Southwest Atlanta. I am a part of NPUR. I'm calling as a concerned resident about park equity, specifically I think that it is necessary for equity to be realized by all citizens, all neighborhoods in Atlanta in order for the city to move forward. I am specifically concerned about the parks in our neighborhood and equity. I would like to see park equity in this community. I haven't realized it previously, and so that is the purpose of my comment this evening. Thank you.
I wanted to comment about the parks equity issue that the city of Atlanta should be held accountable for how it spends its money and resources so that resources can be shared equally across the city and across the park system. Thank you.
Bertha Fountain Tucker. The city must be accountable for establishing a fair equity policy for our parks. That includes having fair resources and maintenance of the park. We believe, or at least I believe, that a policy should be established by the city of Atlanta to ensure that all parks have fair resources and are maintained equally. Thank you very much.
My name is Renette L. Scott. I'm a resident, Southwest Atlanta. I'm calling because I am deeply concerned about the park equity policy that I think we definitely need. I have been a resident of Atlanta for a number of years. My children were active in programs at Johnny White Park, especially the soccer programs at Adams Park. And I have seen and am very much disturbed about what I see in our parks on our side of town as opposed to parks in other areas. And I would like to know just how the money is spent and how the accountability and upkeep of our parks are. And I think that can only be done by having objective data. So I am very much in support of developing a park equity policy, which will ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair and transparent about how our resources for all parks are shared and how all parks are maintained. It is an issue that is of great concern, especially as we grow in numbers and as our children grow up. This is for seniors as well as our young folks and our teenagers. So please be in support. Please note that I am in support and hope that the council will develop a park equity policy to ensure this transparency, the upkeep, and the shared use of the funds for the parks and its maintenance. Thank you for allowing this public speak to take place.
Good evening. This is Angela Smith. I'm calling regarding the City of Atlanta tennis centers, and I just wanted to first say thank you so much for reconsidering the tennis center contract. This has been a really long process, and I'm really hopeful that in the short term here, we will have a final decision and we'll be able to reopen the tennis centers to the public. I will say that I have learned quite a bit during this whole process. Never had the opportunity or motivation to submit any comment, but I have learned a lot about Agape as a organization, and I'm really excited that they may be the new tennis center management company for the Atlanta Public tennis facilities. Thanks for letting our voices be heard. I'm hopeful that this makes a difference and that, like I said, soon we will have a decision confirming Agape as the manager of the city court. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta.
watching and are listening to your government in action and taking note about how comments from the public are treated. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. On the average, fewer than 1% of eligible senior citizens and stakeholders within Neighborhood Planning Unit R can be found in attendance at NPUR meetings. The NPUR 9 has taken a month-long summer vacation and now is taking a month-long winter vacation, continuing to do nothing for the residents of NPUR until January of 2021, if even then. So where are you, NPUR 9? While NPUR residents are wondering when the coronavirus vaccine will trickle down to them? Where are you, NPUR 9? While residents along the Campbellton Road corridor are concerned about the proposed model rapid transit system and the impact upon their lives? Where are you, NPUR 9? While NPU residents are still trying to understand all the election procedures and protocols related to the Public Service Commission runoff and the December 1st runoff for the 5th Congressional District and the January 5th election for the 5th Congressional District and the 2 Georgia senatorial runoffs. Come out wherever you are, you NPUR 9. End your early vacation and come back and help address some of the concerns of the residents and stakeholders of Neighborhood Planning Unit R. You, Antonita Robinson, you, Paulus Clarence, you, Ricardo Jacobs, you, Alfred White, you, Annette L. Scott, you, Allison Hathaway, you, Sherry Williams, and you, NPUR 9 supporters and enablers and cohorts.
My name is Milford Green, Milford Green. I live at 2335 Wilson Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30311. I am making a statement that Atlanta must move forward to develop a parks equity policy to ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair and transparent about how resources, all parks are shared, how all parks are maintained. I would appreciate it if you would give me a call or write me at mgreen, let me repeat that, m.green, Green, at Comcast, m.green1@comcast.net. Thank you very much. I appreciate your willingness to take my statement.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Thompson, and I'm just calling about the ongoing tennis contract situation. So I wanted to thank you all again for reconsidering the tennis center contract for Agape. I've had the opportunity to learn a little bit more about Agape because I have some people that I know that have attended some of their classes and some of their other locations, particularly the DeKalb Tennis Center location. And upon seeing several things, including the diversity of their staff and the type of work that is done in the community beyond the tennis, which of course to me is very important as well. It's brought me a whole lot more excitement and eagerness about the facilities and them managing the facilities and giving our children finally an opportunity to be able to start playing again. There are many children that are not being served right now because they don't have the finances to be able to travel to some of these other locations or the money, and this has been a lifeline for them, and there's so many of them that are so skillful that are just not being served right now, and I know Agape would be a really, really good situation for them. So I'm really hopeful that this happens because, again, there are a lot of children of various backgrounds, but there are a lot of minority children that are suffering greatly right now by not having any management of any count in these facilities, and Agape has shown how they will handle things, and I really hope that City Council does the right thing and does vote them in. So thank you again for letting my voice be heard, and hopefully the contract will
economic background will be served.
Hi, my name is Matthew Beer, and I'm calling for comment on your reconsideration of Agape Tennis Academy for managing the City of Atlanta Tennis Centers. And I'm just calling to thank you for your reconsideration of Agape. I'm an out-of-work tennis coach and look forward to getting back on the court, hopefully before unemployment benefits expire at the end of the year. Again, thank you so much, and have a nice day.
My name is Alfred White, and I'm with Continental Colony Community, and I'd like to share also I'm a part of NPUR. I am calling to offer my support of park equity. It's very important that I share that we strongly feel that Atlanta must move forward to develop a parks equity policy to ensure that the city is held accountable for being fair about how resources for all parks are shared and how all parks are maintained. Again, we are supporting park equity. Thank you. You can reach us at 44513-9197. And again, my name is Alfred White. Thank you.
My name is Beverly Green. I live in Adams Park, and I would like to see the council address some policy that would ensure equitable distribution of resources for all the parks in the city so that Adams Park will get its fair share also and look as nice as the other parks in this city. Thank you. I hope it makes a difference.
I'm Reed Jordan. Give not to the Spirit of Christ, woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed. Isaiah 10 chapter 1st verse. A prophetic woe is pronounced against those administrators who pervert justice. Let mine outcast dwell with thee. Moab, be thou a cover to them from the face of the spoiler. For extortion is an end. The spoiler seizes, the oppressors are consumed out of the land. Isaiah 16 chapter 4th verse. Cover means not openly acknowledged or displayed. Spoiler means to impair or destroy the quality or value of, ruin. And Montgomery, to practice oppression, you ask for death. And he that taketh not his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. Matthew 10 chapter 38 verse. That is to pursue one's natural well-being at the expense of the spiritual or external. Essential. That no man can go beyond and defraud his brother in any matter, because that the Lord is the avenger of all such. And we also have forewarned you and testified. 1 Thessalonians 4 chapter 6 verse. Defraud means literally take advantage of or cheat. Avenger definition, a person who takes revenge for an offense. Jesus will pay you back for defrauding me. Christ is the avenger. And it's what we owe him. Our life, mind, soul, and body. That he gave up. To give back to him for his glory. Thank you for listening and obey Jesus. The Christ-like men and women have Christ-like children. To be what Christ says to be.
Reginald Houston is my name. I'm calling because I'd like to express my views on the need for Atlanta to have a equity policy regarding parks and green spaces in the city. We have a history of funding parks in affluent areas and in areas where there's minorities. The parks are unmaintained or lowly maintained, and there's not lots of money spent on improving the parks, and there is no system to ensure equity. not being held accountable for unfair distribution of resources with regard to green space. So under the radar, and nobody seems to be taking responsibility for it. And we need a way to address that, along with all the other equity measures in the city. This is an important one because it affects the quality of life of the community in the city, and many of which have access to well-maintained parks, but it seems like the areas where minorities have the lowest maintenance, the least invested, and the worst condition for parks, and have very difficult access improving their parks and getting investment. So we need some kind of equity measure to do that.
Good evening, this is Trish Mashry, and I am just calling on behalf of the City of Atlanta Tenant Centers, and I understand that it has been brought back into the council meeting, and I just wanted to call and express how excited I am to hear that Agape has been reintroduced into the meeting, and I have been, certainly a big fan of theirs, and been following them for many years now, and even more closely over the last 2 years. And as a player in the city of Atlanta and then all the neighboring tennis centers, I just could not be more excited to hear that it seems that things are finally and hopefully moving forward in the right direction. And Agape is going to get their well-earned and well-deserved chance at hopefully running these centers. And I just trust that they're going to do a great job. They're going to get the city back on track. They're going to get tennis on track, and as well as offer so much things for the community. I could not be more excited to hear this news, and just looking forward to following the results and the outcome. And I appreciate everything you guys have done to help bring this back, and realize how tennis is extremely important in our city. So thank you again. Have a great night.
This is Allison Hathaway. I am calling regarding the parks equity. I wanted to say that hopefully across the board we need to be very, very fair in making all parks accessible and beautified, so that individuals can come out and really enjoy them. That's the sole purpose now, since we're in a green state. So we want to have as much fairness as possible when it comes to upgrading or integrating or doing whatever it is we need to do to parks. I love the opportunity to get out and walk and explore. However, some of the parks here on the southwest side of Atlanta, I would prefer not to. But nonetheless, we continue to try to explore and examine. But when it comes to, allowing the parks to receive the best overall upgrade or innovation or whatever it needs to be, I think it should be fair for everyone. Green space is something that is very valuable for a community. It adds value, and especially as children grow and as seniors, age, all of that. It's just great all across the board. So, thanks.
My name is Charlie Stanford. I'm a resident of the Adams Park neighborhood. My call is in reference to equity spending throughout Atlanta on parks and recreation facilities. I'm asking that the city, council, and mayor move forward and institute a parks equity policy that will ensure that parks in all neighborhoods receive equitable and fair funding throughout the city of Atlanta.
And that concludes our public comment.
There you go. All right, I am unmuted. And now we'll proceed to call at you. Thank you to members of the public for your comments this afternoon. Next up on our agenda are a very lengthy list of communications. Before we get to that, we have been joined by Council President Felicia Moore, and we may not be joined by Councilmember Natalie Archibald, who is feeling under the weather today. But with that, let's head to communications.
Mr. Chair, this is Councilmember Faroki. I'm on the line as well.
Yes, you are. Apologies. Mr. Faroki as well.
Okay, item number 1, 20-C-0115, a communication from Mike Roby, Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Veterans Service, reappointing Ms. Melody Peoples to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Veterans Affairs. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on March 5, 2020 and expire March 4, 2022.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Ms. Peoples, are you here? Or is she muted by chance?
Oh, we just unmuted her.
Okay. Ms. Peoples?
It could be that perhaps her own line is muted.
Okay. All right. Why don't we see if we can address that and come back to that item after we take item number 2.
I don't believe Ms. Morrow has joined the call yet, so if we can take item number 3, 20-C-0117, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Ms. Kenyatta Mitchell to serve as a member of the Stadium Neighborhoods Trust Fund Committee. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Ms. Mitchell, are you there? Somebody's typing. Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Hey, how are you?
Good
afternoon. If
Good
you would
afternoon.
tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to serve on this committee.
Absolutely. So thank you, Chairman Moreland, and Vice Chairman Brown, and the rest of the committee. I'm honored to be asked to serve my community in this manner. So as some of you may know, my neighbors and I created the Organized Neighbors of Summerhill over 15 years ago to provide a voice to the community for development and other community impacts. I've lived in Summerhill for over 18 years, and I'm excited about helping to create a holistic vision for our future. So that is, if you have any questions specifically about background, let me know, but that's it. That's all I have.
Motion to approve. Oh, Ms. Smith, you want to?
Oh, yeah, this one's mine, so Antonio, stand down. And when
yes, ma'am.
Questions about background, if we were to talk about Ms. Mitchell's background, we would be here all day. And I just want to tell a funny little story. When I very, very first came into office, my first electronic waste day was at the old Civic Center parking lot because I could get it for free. And I asked for volunteers, and guess who the first 2 volunteers that came were? So my very, very first volunteer that helped me with something was Ms. Mitchell and her husband, Jamal. So I'm making a motion to approve, and I couldn't be more happy about her joining this committee.
Second. Motion by Smith, second by Bond. Ms. Shepherd.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge what Ms. Smith is saying. I've known Kenyatta for quite some time now, and she's on the board, by the way, of Keep Atlanta Beautiful. She does great work. Her background before she would have moved on to something else, in place management, but she is truly a great volunteer for the city of Atlanta. She has so many things that she's worked with us on throughout the years, even before I was a council member. So absolutely, she's a great person to have on this initiative. Thank you.
A motion by Smith and a second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That appointment is accepted. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Okay, we can go back to item number 2, 20-C.
You there, Ms.
Mayor, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Ms. Vicki Morrow to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years, and this is item 20-C-0116.
There we go. Ms. Morrow, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. If you could take just a couple moments and introduce yourself to the committee and why you'd like to serve on this advisory board.
Yes, thanks to all of you for the opportunity to be considered to serve on the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Board. I have been an executive director for the last several years for many nonprofits in the Atlanta metropolitan area. I started my career as an engineer for Bell South and worked there in many roles. However, for the last 13 years, I've worked on behalf of the underserved, doing what many may refer to as community development. I led after-school and in-school programs for girls in underserved areas while serving as the CEO for Girls Incorporated, and I worked to address food insecurity in the English Avenue, Vine City area, while serving as the CEO for GCAP. And as the CEO for the National Black Arts Festival, we implemented arts programs at Washington High, and we served as a partner to the Beltline during that time to ensure that the art that was placed on the Beltline was aligned with the values and the preferences of the citizens and communities that would be most impacted and, frankly, hopefully inspired by the artwork. I've also served as a member of the Atlanta Regional Commission's Council on Aging. Our metro area has a large and growing group of seniors that need many services, including affordable housing. My nonprofit career has only deepened my love for Atlanta, and the same things I love about Atlanta are the things that are attracting more and more people to move to our city and closer to our beloved Beltline. As you know, one of the downsides of Atlanta's growth and the popularity of the Beltline is the issue of affordable housing. And even with the efforts of the Westside Future Fund and Invest Atlanta to preserve the Beltline communities and to ensure affordable housing, the success of this effort is largely dependent on affordable land acquisition. I'm sure, like many of you, I view food and housing as basic human rights. In my community work, I've worked to continue to serve our students and families as their communities are gentrified while balancing intergenerational issues as longtime community residents were often displaced. I have a history of advocating for equity for numerous moms, children, artists, and families that I've worked to serve over the last 13 years. I believe my love for Atlanta and my experience and work on behalf of our community would enable me to be a fully contributing member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Board. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your service and your commitment to land acquisition. I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Westmoreland, a second by Shepard.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Thank you.
The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That nomination is favorable. Thank you, Ms. Morrow.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Our next item is number 4, 20-C-0118, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Mr. Ben Cian to serve as a member of the Stadium Neighborhoods Trust Fund Committee. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Cian, are you there?
I am here.
Awesome. If you'd take a moment to introduce yourself and explain why you'd like to serve on this committee.
Sure thing, Councilman. My name is Ben Sean. I'm a 15-year resident of 30315, 9 in Grant Park, and 6 in Summerhill. And I have followed the progress of the neighborhood as it's moved from arguably what some view as an afterthought surrounding Zoo and Turner Field to a vibrant locale, a destination rather than a drive-through. But that outsider view of the neighborhood has kind of been insulting at best. Our neighborhoods have always been have been a living, breathing entity for generations, and it's important to remember our history while keeping an eye on the future. Balancing the future
and the past will ensure a fair and equitable present. In my past and current roles, work roles in human resources, I'm responsible for organizing teams and securing success for very large organizations. And we have an obligation to this community to do the same for our neighborhoods. I'm known as a neighborhood activist, particularly around storm and wastewater challenges, and have actively participated in past LCI and organizing initiatives around the Carter developments. So I do seek to continue this work and add my voice to this committee. We have roots. I have roots here. My child goes to Atlanta Neighborhood Charter School, and my wife does have a small business in the neighborhood as well. So I'm not going anywhere.
Very good. Ms. Smith.
Yes, here we go with another one of my neighbors and constituents, and I can tell you some stories about Mr. Sean. Also, I'm just going to tell one little one. When we did LCI, Turnerfield area, I think he was at every single meeting. So I'm making a motion to approve, and I appreciate you doing this for us, Ben.
Second. Got a motion by Smith and a second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That appointment is favorable. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Item number 5, 20-B-0119, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Mr. Johnny Floyd to serve as a member of the Stadium Neighborhoods Trust Fund Committee. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Floyd, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. If you would take a moment to introduce yourself to the committee.
Great. My name is Johnny Floyd. I'm a longtime resident of the Pittsburgh neighborhood. I've been here 64 years. I attended Price High School. I attended Charles L. Gideon Elementary School and also Parks Middle School. I'm currently president of my class, 1974 Price High School. I am presently the chairperson for the PNA, Pittsburgh Neighborhood Association. Throughout the years, I've been heavily involved with the MPUV neighborhood. I'm a business owner in the Pittsburgh neighborhood. I have 2 children. My wife and myself just celebrated our 43rd year of being married, November 19th. I love the I love the Pittsburgh neighborhood. I work diligently to see the progress that's going on now. We have a wonderful councilperson, Ms. Joyce Shepherd, and also I cut it off there.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say also that Mr. Floyd, he was also a South fighter for the city of Atlanta for quite some time, and he worked hard for his district, for his community, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is one of my communities that is truly something that is evolving, has been around for years. As you all know, Pittsburgh is one of the original black communities in the city, founded in 1832, the 1800s. But that community is a community that is really evolving. And Mr. Floyd and his executive team is very active in terms of making that happen. He's always calling me. I'm always calling on him at anything that happens in Pittsburgh. So he's truly an advocate for Pittsburgh. And him being on the Stadium Neighborhood Trust Fund Committee is really appropriate for him in terms of advocating not only for Pittsburgh, but for MPUB. So my motion is to support.
Second. A motion by Shepherd, a second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you.
And we will go back to item number 1, 20-C-0115, a communication from Mike Roby, Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Veterans Service, reappointing Ms. Melody Peoples to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Veterans Affairs. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on March 5, 2020 and expire March 4, 2022.
Ms. Peoples, sorry about earlier. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. You just take a moment to introduce yourself to the committee.
Okay, my name is Melody Peoples. I've been serving on this board. This is my second reappointment. I work with the Department of Veterans Service over there in the Southeast Floyd building. I myself am not a veteran, but I have family members that are veterans, from my brother all the way to my great-great-grandfather. So I'm happy to serve. I appreciate the appointment, and thank you, everyone.
Appreciate your willingness to serve. Ms. Smith.
Yes, and I can't say that Ms. Peoples lives in my district, but I've gotten to know her through working with the Veterans Affairs and with the commission, and she is a marvelous appointee on the commission. So I'll make a motion to approve her reappointment.
Second. Motion by Smith, second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That recommendation is favorable. Thank you, Ms. Peoples.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Next up.
Item number 6, 20-C-0120, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms reappointing Mr. Travis Parks to serve as a member of the Stadium Neighborhoods Trust Fund Committee. This appointment is for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Parks, how are you doing?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. You just take a moment to introduce yourself.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thank you to the chairman and the city council members for approving the legislation that created the Stadium Neighborhood Trust Fund Committee. As you guys are probably intimately aware, getting a group of neighbors together to enact progress is not always an easy task, but I am pleased to report that we have been able to award thousands to local charities and schools, and that are the fabric of our neighborhood communities. So I am excited to continue this rewarding work and increase our capacity for good in the Stadium neighborhood community.
Thank you so much. Ms. Smith.
I just know everyone today. What a great meeting. Okay, we need to amend this because Mr. Parks is going to be the chairperson. And I know I'm just going to tell one little story on everyone, but Mr. Parks currently is the vice chair. He's been the vice chair since the inception, and so he is moving into the chair role. So we need to amend this to, or I don't know, Julia, is it somewhere buried in there, or I just want to make sure that he is the chair.
Why don't we make a motion to amend to change the caption to read to serve as chair of the Stadium Neighborhood Trust?
Yeah, to appoint and to reappoint and serve as chair.
There we go.
Okay, so I make that motion to amend.
Second. Motion to amend by Smith, second by Bond.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. I'll now entertain a motion. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so, but I do want to say, Mr. Parks, him for several years now, and he is very methodical, he's very focused, and I know he's going to make a great chair of this committee. So I make a motion to approve as amended.
Second. Motion by Smith, second by Bond.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you, Chair Parks. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Next item.
Number 7, 20-C-0121, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms appointing Ms. Katrina Howard to serve as a member of the Fulton County City of Atlanta Land Bank Authority. This appointment is for a term of 4 years.
Ms. Howard.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. If you'd take just a moment to introduce yourself to the committee.
Okay, thank you, committee, for this opportunity to speak to you regarding this appointment. I am Katrina Howard, a retired educator with Atlanta Public Schools, where I served as the school counselor. I am an investment property owner in which I rent to low-income families in the state of Alabama. I served on the Atlanta Housing Authority Board for a couple of years, and during that time, I gained a greater and expanded my understanding of housing and community development. I enhanced my knowledge by attending national conferences through NARO, where I gained my commissioner's certification. And through my service with Atlanta Housing, I also developed professional relationships with individuals in the housing community. And I see this relationship as an opportunity to collaborate with others in the housing profession. And finally, for me, this appointment would go back to my roots in education. And what I mean by that is that I have seen the impact of what a redeveloped community can have on students. I'm sure you're familiar with the Choice Neighborhood Development, and that was going on during the time in which I was the school counselor at M. Agnes Jones. And I was able to see how the children was so proud of the fact of where they lived, the new environment, a safe environment. And if I can do anything in any way to contribute to the success of families who live in our undeveloped or neglected community, then that's what I want to do as my legacy. And that is why I am really eager to serve on the Atlanta Fulton County Land Bank Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Very grateful for your service to Atlanta Public Schools. I will make a motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Bond.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you very much, Ms. Howard.
Thank you, and thank the committee. Thank you.
Sure. Next item.
Item number 8, 20-C-0122, a communication from Jennifer McIntosh, Chair of NPUL, submitting the appointment of Ms. Vaughn Jones to serve as a member of the Rodney Cook Senior Park Historic Oversight Committee.
Ms. Jones.
Hello.
Hello. If you would just take a moment and introduce yourself to the committee.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sade Yvonne Jones, and I have been in Atlanta almost all my adult life. I have 3 children who I've raised here, and we all have volunteered and lived in English Avenue, Garden City area for many years. I served as the NPUL chair and the immediate past co-president of the English Avenue Neighborhood Association. Throughout my time in English Avenue, Garden City, I have always been an environmentalist and advocated for parks and green space. I participated in the Park Pride P&A study, which is part of that Cook Park, which will serve 2 purposes as far as water mitigation, but it will also have historical preservation as a major part of the Cook Park. So I'm excited to be considered as a part of the advisory committee. I also serve as on the Proctor Creek Stewardship, and I've been a community representative for the Boone Street Green Street Project, and anything that came into English Avenue Garden City around environmental issues and green space. I've always been involved. So I'm excited about the opportunity, and that's about it for me.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair. There we go. Yes, sir. Got a motion by Brown and a second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 9, 20-C-0123, communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms reappointing Ms. Michelle Falconer to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority on behalf of the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years.
Thank you. Ms. Falconer, are you there?
I am.
Thank you very much for joining us. Can you just introduce yourself to the committee?
Hi, I'm Michelle Faulkner. Born and raised in Denver, Colorado. Moved here in 1994. Been married for the last 21 years. Have 4 children. Served on a number of committees. I'm a graduate of Clark Atlanta University. I've served on the Maynard Jackson Foundation, Jack and Jill, Sheltering Arms, CHOA, Entrepreneurs Organization. I was the president of last year for the Atlanta chapter, which is a global organization. I've served on the McPherson Implement Local Redevelopment Authority, the National Black Arts Festival. I was on the Atlanta Zoning Board and chair for a couple years. And my business is real estate, and we've been awarded the Atlanta Business Bureau Torch Award in 2015.
Thank you much for your past and future service. I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Got a motion by Bond. Is there a second?
Second, Shepard.
Motion by Bond and a second by Shepard. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next item.
Item number 10, 20-C-0124, a communication from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms reappointing Mr. William Whitner to serve as a member of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority on behalf of the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years.
Mr. Whitner, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. If you would introduce yourself to the committee.
Yes, I am William K. Whitner. I have been in Atlanta since the mid-'90s. I'm a partner at Paul Hastings Law Firm, where I chair our litigation group. And I have been a member of the Atlanta Fulton County Recreation Authority Board for the last 10 years. And so this would be my third appointment. For the last 6 years, I have chaired the Recreation Authority through some of our most significant events, including the sale of Turner Field, renegotiating the Atlanta Hawks lease at Phillips Arena, now State Farm Arena, and working with Zoo Atlanta on the Cyclorama project and the new parking deck that we're building there now. So I worked on the board for many years and pleased to have this opportunity to continue to do the work that we've been doing.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion.
Smith, move approval.
A motion by Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Shepard.
A motion by Smith and a second by Shepard.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Got 3 yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. That item is favorable. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is item number 37, 20-C-0108, a communication from Ms. Sagunthi Simon, Westside Senior Program Officer of the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, accepting the service to the Rodney Cook Senior Park Historic Oversight Committee.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
I appreciate the invitation to join the committee. I've been working with the Blank Family Foundation for the last 6 years and serving as the Westside Senior Program Officer for the last 3 years and focusing my efforts on the community development work that we have invested there, which includes a number of partnerships with the Rodney Cook Park of Trust for Public Lands as well as Park Pride. As many of you know, we have a number of investments in the green infrastructure and connectivity with parks and green space, and working with residents and other partners to make sure we can address the long-term historical stormwater flooding, as well as thinking through with residents how we look at historic preservation and telling the story of the residents who've lived in the West Side. I appreciate the nomination, and I look forward to serving.
Thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown. Please open that vote. Okay. Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Ms. Smith? Six yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you very much. All right. Next up on our agenda are presentations and quarterly reports. We will first hear from Commissioner John Dargle from the Department of Parks and Recreation, followed by George Gudenberry and Walt Ray, who are going to present on the Chattahoochee Riverlands, and then finally from Commissioner Tim Keene, who will provide an update from the Department of City Planning. Commissioner Dargle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Council Member, Committee Chair Westmoreland, and the CHS Committee. Thank you for your continued support of our Parks and Recreation system. Again, as the Council Member mentioned, I am John Dargle. I'm a Department of Parks and Recreation Commissioner, and I'm grateful to be back at work. We appreciate the opportunity to provide a brief update on operational events that have occurred since our last quarterly update and the progress that we're making at Westside Park. This is a presentation of that, and invited our Office of Parks Director, Doug Watt, and the Office of Parks Design, Steve Hicks, to join the meeting. If you can go to the next slide. Doug?
I'm here, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Great. Well, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chairman Westmoreland and members of Council, for an opportunity to provide you a brief update for the Department of Parks and Recreation. On the first slide, we wanted to first start and talk about the learning pods, which began on September 28th. They are now offered at 17 recreation centers across the city. The goal is to provide an environment for students who may need assistance to provide internet or digital resources for virtual learning. The learning pods are open from Monday through Thursday from 7:30 a.m. until 2 p.m. Fridays are allocated for deep cleaning. All families of participants complete a health questionnaire. They are offered a mask and PPE, and they complete daily temperature checks. Operations are guided by the CDC's Community Mitigation Framework. There's currently a 1-to-5 proctor to student ratio, with DPR staff serving as the proctors. APS is also partnered with this program to help provide breakfast and lunch to the students, and devices are provided for each student to use at the center. Those are actually provided through the CARE Act. Currently, this program is serving 202 youths and teens, and the image on the screen is actually from Peachtree Hills Recreation Center. That's actually a principal from Morris Brandon Elementary who actually visited the site that day. Julia, if you could add the next slide, please. Next, we wanted to give a brief update on our Activate ATL program, which is DPR's master plan. Last quarter, we shared a more detailed update reviewing summertime activities that included virtual meetings, completing our statistically valid survey, and the launch of our app, Happy Feet. All of those efforts were part of the first phase of public engagement, and some of those highlights are on the screen. We had over 1,800 online survey responses, 1,200 responses to our statistically valid survey. We completed 27 focus group interviews, and received over 400 virtual public meeting live polling responses in the first phase. Now we're well into phase 2, which includes continuing work with our consultant team to further analyze the results of phase 1. We have launched a new survey. It's an image-based survey that is available now on activate-atl.com to help identify priorities in each community based on the many responses already received. We've held regular meetings with our technical advisory committee. These are made up of stakeholders and shareholders and partners, and we currently are scheduling time with each council member individually. We're on track to have this plan completed and ready for review and approval by next spring or early summer. Julia, if you can go to the next slide, please. Survey is an image-based survey that is available now. Wanted to talk a little bit about tennis since our last update. Our tennis operations started using a reservation program at all 5 tennis centers. The system is called Courts, capital Kourts. This system allows for advanced reservations, including same-day and walk-up reservations, and is made specifically for tennis. Since it was initiated on November 2nd, we have taken over 1,000 reservations in the system, and we currently offer both singles and doubles play at each of the 5 centers, and have also accommodated leagues throughout the fall, currently scheduling for winter leagues through many different organizations. Next slide, please. Wanted to briefly mention Hurricane Zeta. Hurricane Zeta swept through the area, if you remember, in late October. It caused significant number of trees to fall across Atlanta. DPR recorded over 464 trees that were down in city streets and right-of-ways, an additional 54 trees that were down in parks for a total of 518 trees. Since I've been here, this is at least the number 1 or number 2 significant storm event in terms of tree fall we've had in the last decade. So it was a significant event. DPR and the Forestry Division wants to thank all the city departments that helped the city manage this event, including our partners at AFR, 911, APD, 311, DPW, and Atlanta DOT. We also definitely wanted to thank the Mayor's Office and the Office of Emergency Preparedness, as well as Council, for their support during this event. We received a lot of notifications about trees down, and we always appreciate that. And we're thankful that event is over. After working for 7 days straight, DPR brought in extra crews. We had as many as 15 contracted crews assisting city crews, and we had all the event cleaned up within 12 days. So I think the teams did very well for a significant event. Julie, if you go to the next slide, we also just have some pictures of some of the teams in action during Hurricane Zeta. And then the final slide before I'll hand it over to Keith, we did want to talk about a few other capital projects going on in the city with Parks and Rec, in addition to Westside Park. Some of the most significant ones are the resurfacing of the McGee Tennis Center. That was actually completed last week. They're actually going to replace all the fencing as well. That starts this week. So we're excited about that improvement. We also have the current construction of the John A. White Golf Learning and Technology Center, as well as the installation of a new outdoor fitness equipment through a partnership with AARP at West Manor Park. A few other notable items. We've had new playground equipment installed at South Atlanta. We have new exercise equipment at Anderson Park. We've had a new memorial garden in partnership with the Conservancy at Tamler Park. With our partners at Watershed, there has been a total refurbishment of the lake at Dean Rusk Park, a court resurfacing at Knight Park, and we've had several projects with Renew Atlanta, including improvements at Melvin Drive Park, Peachtree Hills, and 80 Williams. So just wanted to give you kind of a brief overview of other capital projects, and at this time I want to invite Keith Hicks to speak a little bit more about Westside Park. Keith?
If we could get the slides advanced, please, to Westside Park update. One more, please.
there's going to be a delay on TV, so you can just go ahead and or on the stream, so you can just go ahead and speak through your slides that are in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Glad to be here today, guys. Nestled between Proctor Creek to the west, Johnson Road to the north, Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway to the south, and Marietta Boulevard to the east is the city's largest green space, totaling 280 acres, known as Westside Park. It is currently under construction and is scheduled for completion in late spring 2021, weather permitting. Next slide, please. Upon completion, park will include the following elements: gateway infrastructures, 450 parking spaces, 2.5 miles of pedestrian bike trails, 3 restroom buildings, playground and exercise equipment, open lawn areas, the Birth of Atlanta sculpture, a drinking water reservoir, and a grand overlook of the reservoir. Next slide, please. The park development plan utilizes these 3 guiding principles: activation, accessibility, and connectivity. Next slide, please. The area prior to the park was a real dump, literally a dumping ground and a granite quarry labor camp. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, Westside Park is the largest in the Parks Department inventory, closely followed by Chastain Park, 268 acres in size, and Piedmont Park, 185 acres in size. Next slide, please. Currently, there are 2 vehicular entrances on Johnson Road, pedestrian and bike access from the Globe Park neighborhood, and the Proctor Creek Greenway, shown in blue, that connects to Martin's Bankhead transit station. A connection is planned by the Atlanta Beltline soon with the blue dot sometimes in the near future. Next slide, please. The unique feature of the park is the 35.5 acre reservoir, which is filled with water pumped from the Chattahoochee River in order to provide Atlanta with a 2.4 billion gallon drinking water supply. And yet, no boating, no swimming, and no fishing allowed. Next slide, please. We have some more factoids about the reservoir. Over 300 feet deep, with a 30-day supply of drinking water. Next slide, please. Over the course of a little more than a year, the design team conducted meetings with the advisory committee, subcommittee, and the public, visiting, planning, debating, and collaborating. Next slide, please. And here is the result of that collaboration.
Did we lose you?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Please feel free to proceed.
Keith, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I need for the slides to advance. So.
Sir, the live stream may take some time if you want to keep going with the slides that you have in front of you.
Oh, I've already spoke to the client. Again, over the course of a little more than a year, the design team conducted meetings with the advisory committee, subcommittee, and the public, listening, planning, debating, and collaborating. And here is the result of that collaboration. The park entrance.
Yep, there you go. Go to the next slide. Just go through the pictures on the next slide.
All right. I think that all the folks on the committee have the full slide deck and can review the remainder of the pictures on the presentation. I want to go ahead and open it up for questions or comments from any of my colleagues. If you have any of those, you go ahead and press your speaker button. And while you all are doing that, I will ask a couple. There was a great deal of public comment at the beginning of the meeting around including a parks equity policy as we move forward with the master planning in 2021. And so I was wondering if one of you could touch a little bit on that and what your thinking is around that as we move into that topic.
Okay, I'd be happy to answer that, Councilmember Westmoreland. With this master plan, all strategies are going to be through an equity lens. So we are gathering that information in terms of where we've made our investments in the past, where we need to make them today, and in the future over the next 10 years. So equity will be front and center in everything that we do. Part of the strategy moving forward over the next 10 years. Some things come out of that will be both on an organizational level, on an operational level, a strategic level, a tactical level, and a policy level. And some policies may come out that may be something that we'll bring forward to the mayor and the council to consider moving forward with a parks equity policy. But everything around this master plan has to do with equity. We want to line a vision that the mayor has put forward.
Awesome. Okay. I appreciate that. I look forward to having more in-depth conversations on that topic as we move through the master planning process. I think the residents who called in raised a lot of really valid points and want to make sure that we incorporate their feedback. Any other questions or comments from folks? I don't see anybody lined up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. And I just want to just say it's great to have you back and at the helm. I did have a review of the parks plan about a week ago. I was very impressed by it. Part of our conversation centered around the park improvement fund, trying to find, I believe the implement plan is about $800 million over the span of its implementation. Have you all given any additional thought to approaching the state to increase our park improvement fund allocation that we get on an annual basis? It was first implemented way back in the mid-'60s. It's been over half a century since there's been an increase. Have you all had any internal conversations with the administration about approaching them or adding that request to our legislative package to see if they will be willing to increase it?
That is something that we've made a note of, and we're pulling all that information together in terms of if it's administratively or policy, bring things forward now or wait till after the plan is approved. So definitely took what you had said in terms of how we fund the system as a whole into consideration on whether or not we need to bring that forward now or later after the plan is done. We haven't made that decision yet, so definitely made a note of it, and that would be one of the recommendations that we would bring forward to the mayor's consideration and the council for consideration.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner. And again, I'm glad to have you back, and looking forward to having these things accomplished that you've laid out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you, Commissioner, and your team for your presentation, and look forward to seeing you back in the new year. Next up, we have the Trust for Public Land. George Duesenberry, the Georgia State Director, and Holt Ray will be providing an update which kind of bridges our two other presentations today. It's been a joint effort between folks in Parks and Rec and folks in planning and some outside groups as it relates to Atlanta's portion of the Chattahoochee River, and I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. As Mr. Chairman Moreland said, I'm George Duesenberry. I'm the Georgia State Director for the Trust for Public Land. Slide number 2, please. The Trust for Public Land, we're a national organization whose mission is to preserve land and build parks for people, and we've been doing it for about 50 years. Next slide, please. That includes 200 projects here in Georgia, from Cumberland Island to Chief Band's house to Cleopas Johnson's Park. We built a playground. Slide number 4, please. Among these projects, we're most proud of our work to help create the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historic Park, creating and helping to implement the green space vision for the Atlanta Beltline, and preserving 18,000 acres and 80 miles of riverfront along the Chattahoochee River. Next slide, number 5, please. This month, in collaboration with the city, we'll be opening Cook Park in Vine City, as referenced by Ms. Simon of the Blank Foundation and Sade Yvonne Jones. This will help eliminate a lot of the flooding in the community. Our role there was to design the park. We raised $14 million almost in a little under 2 years, and now we're working with the city to help build it. Next slide, please, number 6. We also are proud of our collaboration with the Atlanta Public Schools, Park 5, the Urban Land Institute, and the city to have schoolyard serve as parks during non-school hours. This helps Mayor Bottoms in her desire to ensure equitable park access for all residents who live within a 10-minute walk for a park, the goal for the Trust for Public Land nationally. Next slide, number 7, please. Why we do our work. I talked about land for people, and this is just the positive way that parks and green space impact people. We don't do it for conservation. We don't do it for land sake. We do it for people. Next slide, please, number 8, which is why community is at the center of our work. And we approach our work through the 3 lenses of health, equity, and climate change. And we've heard a bit about equity here, and I was really happy to hear that in terms of public comments. Again, that's a focal point of the Trust for Public Land and its work. Let's go to slide number 9, please. And now we're moving into the heart of our presentation, which is on the Chattahoochee Riverlands. And this is going to be tricky, but I'm going to give it a go. I would like to share a video that was featured at this year's Atlanta Regional Commission's State of the Region Breakfast. If you would please play it now.
The Riverlands is a vision for what we can do in and around the Chattahoochee River as it flows through metropolitan Atlanta. For so long, we really have turned our back to the river, and this is a vision for how we can embrace the river and bring people to the river.
You think about this, it's this beautiful asset that nobody even knows is there. And you take people out there and walk them down to the river's edge and let them look up and down the river, and they're shocked. Like, I guess I knew this was there, but they just didn't know it was there.
We have this incredible opportunity to really create a 100-mile linear park through the heart of metropolitan Atlanta, knitting together, stitching together communities, and really driving economic development.
Getting it now while the land is inexpensive, doing the work on trails and things like that before you're going through somebody's Class A office building or whatever is just easier. It's a smart investment.
One of the most important steps that we've taken recently actually is when the Atlanta Regional Commission adopted the Chattahoochee Riverlands officially. And so that will really help pull together the region behind this common vision. We're excited about it.
Again, you build it, they will come. And this is that kind of opportunity. The Riverlands project is that kind of opportunity.
The Chattahoochee Riverlands is a world-class amenity, a transformative project that will elevate the quality of life throughout the region for people to live, work, and play.
Okay, great. If we could please now go to slide number 11, just a review of the Chattahoochee Riverlands. Sorry, number 10, then to slide number 11, which shows the project team behind the Chattahoochee Riverlands. As Chairman Westmoreland said, is a collaboration between the Atlanta Regional Commission, between the Cluster Public Land, Cobb County, and the City of Atlanta. A 2-year project that brought together all these groups, and within the City of Atlanta, while planning was in lead, we did engage also the Parks Department, Watershed, Public Works, Invest Atlanta, a lot of us. Next slide, please, number 13. Again, this was a study for 100 miles of the Chattahoochee River between Buford Dam to the north and Chattahoochee Bend State Park to the south. Next slide, please. Much of those 2 years was spent engaging residents up and down the river. Next slide, please. Number 14 shows the vision emerged of what the Riverlands could be. First and foremost, it would be a continuous greenway along those 100 miles. Second, the river itself, a blue way to paddle, camp, swim, fish, swim, and enjoy. And then thirdly, really a connector for tributary trails like the Silver Comet Trail or the Parker Creek Trail, a whole bunch of trails up and down the river. And we put that all together, you get the Chattahoochee Riverlands. Next slide, number 15, please. One of the goals is that everybody feels welcome and has access to the Chattahoochee River. There's great access north of town. Once you hit 75, it kind of disappears. A goal of the Chattahoochee Riverlands is to provide that access for all Atlantans to enjoy. Next slide, number 16, please. Now, all this is possible because the Chattahoochee River is a river in recovery, thanks to the work of the Chattahoochee River Keeper, but also the City of Atlanta investing billions of dollars in stormwater infrastructure. We've been able to improve water quality in the Chattahoochee River, so it's available for us all to enjoy. Next slide, number 17, please. At the end of the day, we really want to make the City of Atlanta Atlanta's riverfront and really transform the way that we think about it. The Chattahoochee Riverlands will become Metro Atlanta's defining public space. Next slide, number 18, please. And finally, we want to, connect people to the river, connect people to communities, communities to each other, and connect people to each other too. That, in a nutshell, is the Riverlands. Next slide, number 19. So for 100 miles, we have identified where the trail should be. Here is just one slide of, I think, about 50 that we have up and down the river that shows where the trail can go and shows the connectivity in terms of all the tributary trails. I see that here in the city of Atlanta, some of those tributary trails that I discussed. Next slide, just want to show you some images of what the Chattahoochee Riverlands will look like along its vision. Let's go to the next slide, please. And then on to the next one. This is a slide I particularly like, kind of showing the riverlands that goes through some wetlands. Next slide, please. I'm trying to capture the riverlands in numbers. While it is 100 miles of river, we'll actually end up with 125 miles of trail. We'll have it on both sides of the river at times. And also, sometimes we cannot stay exactly along the river, so it makes it a little bit longer. Next slide, please. Again, showing some of the access to the river, 42 points where people will have access to the river, including places here in the city of Atlanta. Currently, besides Sandy Peachtree Park, you really can't access it. The Riverlands will change that. Next slide, please. Again, we're connecting 19 cities, 7 counties, and 1 million people who live within a 15-minute bike ride of the Chattahoochee River. So very excited about that. Next slide, please. This just shows the ChattahoocheeRiverlands.com website where you can get all the information about the planning, all the documents, everything is there. Again, ChattahoocheeRiverlands.com. Next slide, please. So now that the plan is complete, it is time to start implementing it, and it is going to take a village to raise a child or to raise the Chattahoochee Riverlands. The Trust Fund Land will take a leading role in that. Next year, we plan to launch a capital campaign, hoping to raise tens of millions of dollars. They would then partner with willing public partners, public jurisdictions, like the city of Atlanta, to help bring the Riverland to fruition. It's already started. If we go to slide number 28, please. Last year, the Trust Public Land got a $2.1 million grant from the Georgia Department of Natural Resources to build a camp and paddle trail through the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area. That is underway. Ultimately, this camp and paddle trail will extend the full length of the Chattahoochee Riverlands so that you will be able to spend a week camping and paddling through up in the Chattahoochee. I know that Councilmember Hill is a bit of a paddler himself and may have done some of this. Next slide, please. Just want to look kind of southern end. A couple weeks ago, there was a ribbon cutting for a boat ramp down at Chattahoochee Hills, the city of Chattahoochee Hills. So already we're seeing, about $35 million in public investment over the last 3 or 4 years to bring the Chattahoochee Riverland to existence. Next slide, please. This is a close-up of the Chattahoochee Riverlands on the city of Atlanta. You see on the west side here is it's a little south of R.M. Clayton sewage treatment plant, and then you can see Charlie Brown Airport there in the lower right-hand corner. We would like this to be a focus of our work over the next 5 years. As I said, we're hoping to raise tens of millions of dollars and to work with local jurisdictions. We've had some positive conversations with the city, and we really like to see kind of the first leg being building the Chattahoochee Riverlands Trail from Paul Avenue on the west side of this, on the left side of this, that'd be the north, going down to Proctor Creek. You see the Proctor Creek Trail extension. If you go to the next slide, please. This is where it all started. It is at the in Cobb County across the river. Cobb County approached the Trust Fund Land, asked us to help with a little pilot project there, about a 1.5 to 2 mile trail. We said, well, let's think a little bigger, and things began to grow, and the Chattahoochee Riverlands project came into fruition. Next slide, this would be number 32. So as I mentioned, the Trust Fund Land really hopes to focus its initial work in the city of Atlanta. Really build that trail starting at Paul Avenue. Here's a vision of what it looks like. You can see the Chattahoochee is not, it's kind of industrial as it goes through Atlanta. It's not all forested. And that's actually one of the most appealing things to it, this unique aspect of it. You can see where that trail could go. And then if you go to the next slide, please. Here we see the possible trailhead at Proctor Creek. So again, ideally you built the Proctor Creek Greenway out to the Chattahoochee Riverlands. We're really cognizant of the impact of equity. We're already having conversations in terms of how the Riverlands can affect those communities within the Proctor Creek waterway, and it's a river basin, to make sure that we are behaving as good, responsible partners in that regard. And then to go to the last slide, again, going back to the Chattahoochee Riverlands website, ChattahoocheeRiverlands.com. And with that, I went very quickly, but I'm wrapping up and making myself available for questions, and I'd love to know how my timing with that video went. Thank you very much. And Walt Ray is on the call to answer questions.
Thank you very much. From how I could tell by watching the live stream on my computer, it seemed to be perfect. So well done. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I believe Councilman Hillis, whose district virtually all of this is is with us and may have questions and comments. So why don't we start with him and unmute him if necessary. And then I don't see any speakers yet from the committee, but let me know if you have a question or comment as well.
Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
First, just want to thank TPL and George and Walt at TPL. Thanks for this great presentation and the great study.
And I have questions and comments. Why don't we start with him and unmute him if necessary, and then I don't see
line unmuted.
The committee, but let me know if you have a question or comment. Mr. Hillis, you still there?
Yes. I was
right.
Hearing it in the background.
Yeah, I know. I heard myself too. If everybody else could mute, that would be appreciated. Go for it.
Yes. So again, just wanted to thank TPL and George Dusenberry and Walt Ray for their work, one on this presentation and two just on the whole Chattahoochee Riverland study. And as they mentioned, this is not going to be something that they take on themselves or Parks and Recreation takes on themselves. It's going to be a large joint effort through the city, through private partners such as Georgia Power, Norfolk Southern, and then our partners, the Conservation Fund, Chattahoochee Riverkeeper, like I said, multiple city departments. And as George did say, I have paddled. That's one thing I wanted to do before I ran for office, is paddle the whole city of Atlanta length of the river before I was elected. And I did that, and it was just surprising to me that the only place you can put in on the city of Atlanta side of the river is Whitewater Creek, and that's not even city of Atlanta land. That's federal and state land in that area. And I had to paddle 18 miles down the river to take out in South Fulton at the DNR boat ramp just off of Campbellton Road. So we do want to bring our city to its river, just because we don't have a river that runs through downtown like Chattanooga or Nashville, Columbus, San Antonio, where the National League of Cities was held a few years ago. Does not mean we can't take advantage of it. So I'm looking forward to engaging all these partners that are going to be necessary to bring this to life. I think one of the most immediate things that the city and all of our partners need to be looking at is land acquisition. While the city of Atlanta and other willing partners own much of the land, there are some sites that still need to be obtained to really bring this to fruition. Look forward to working with all the interested parties over the next year or two to make that happen, so we can secure this and really bring this plan to life. So again, thank you, George and Walt, TPL, and thanks again to all of our partners that worked on this. And thank you, Chairman Westmoreland.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Any other questions or comments from the body? I will ask one. Mr. Dusenberry, can you talk a little bit about the city's role, I guess maybe ideal, and maybe other cities that you're working with and governments, kind of what, as you think about the next 3 to 5 years, what does engagement from our city or a city look like ideally?
Well, I think it's basically working with us to establish the priorities for where we can make investments, and then preparing. I mean, at the end of the day, we are the trust for public land. I always emphasize that we do not own land. The city of Atlanta is one of the public agencies we work with, So ultimately, just like as in Cook Park, this is going to be the city's to own and operate. And so we need to work with you to figure out what that looks like. And we also need to make sure that, like Councilmember Hillis had mentioned, land acquisition. I know the Conservation Fund's done a good job acquiring land along Paul Avenue. TPL has acquired some similar to the Braden property and other areas on the Chattahoochee. We need to coordinate with you guys in terms of what your priority is for land acquisition. And then we also are going to look for some funding, just to be blunt. We do hope to raise, 20, 30 million, maybe more millions of dollars. We had some positive conversations with foundations. The expectation is to have a public partner to help put the money in there and to help maintain whatever it is that we're going to build. So I think that Commissioner Darville has done a good job pulling together the mayor's office, watershed, planning, public works. There was a transportation at the time, and Invest Atlanta really to coordinate. I think that having that coordination and us understanding what your commitment is will allow us to really focus our efforts in Atlanta where we would like to be focusing our efforts, because that's where equity is an issue and that's where access to the river is an issue. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I think we got one more comment from Mr. Hillis, and then I suspect we will move on to the next item.
Thank you, Chairperson Westmoreland. I just wanted to define the trail in Atlanta. It actually does begin in District 8, just on the north side of Peachtree Creek and Councilmember Maxataxa District. That's currently owned by the city. It's a green space, standing Peachtree green space that's owned by Watershed, and the rest of it southbound of there would be in District 9. But this would be a benefit not only to the whole city but to the whole region, and would bring much more, many more people and interest to the city of Atlanta. So again, looking forward to bringing this to fruition. Thanks again.
If I'm chiming in, I just emphasize that's why things like the Partner Creek Trail and the Silver Comet Trail are so important, and also even the MARTA access that exists, because it really is about bringing people to the Chattahoochee. We had a program we wanted to bring some kids from the Arthur and Blank YMCA and the west side of Atlanta to the river. We had to bus them all the way up to Roswell to find access to the river. That's ridiculous. I mean, they live 3 miles from Chattahoochee. They should be able to access it there. It also reminds me when I spoke with Councilmember Young about Cook Park, and he talked about how important it was for kids to see the pond, because for so many of them, there was no water. There was no surface water that they could see. So anyhow, just one to echo what Hillis said, it is about access to the Chattahoochee for all, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much to you and your team. Next up is Commissioner Tim Keene, who is going to provide the quarterly update for the Department of City Planning.
Councilmember Westmoreland, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And thanks everybody on the committee for your support of the many employees in the Department of City Planning. I hope you all had a restful and happy Thanksgiving. Joining me, I'm getting kind of an echo, Councilmember Westmoreland. Maybe everybody is, but
echo. Yeah, if everyone except the commissioner could mute your phone, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Joining me on the call today is Janity Sitterfall, who is our Deputy Commissioner in the Department of City Planning. She'll join me in this presentation and answering questions. Specifically, she'll also should be taking you through the slides related to an update on our impact fee work. It has been since mid-May that we gave a report to this committee, and so some of what I'll do is give you an update on our volume of work since May, so through the end of last fiscal year and into the beginning of this year. So we've got some slides here. Thank you, Julia. If you want to go to the first slide, which has the title Standard Permits versus Express Permits. I'm going to go through some numbers for you. I sent a memo to city council members before Thanksgiving regarding our permitting and code enforcement activities, and I thought I'd go through these slides to provide some explanation of these numbers. I've got a delay on my slides a little bit. So regarding our permitting volume during COVID, this first slide shows you that. And just to point out a few things, in case you're wondering, number one, the pace of new development that's happening in the city, and also the volume of permits that we're processing remotely as all of our employees are operating at home, of course. What you'll see is that over the period of COVID in 2020 compared to the same period in 2019, we issued 63% of the permits that we issued last year. So that's how much we're down in terms of permitting. I'll also point out, however, that if you look at, these numbers take us through October, so later this week we'll have our numbers through November, but these ones take us through October. If you look at August through October this year versus last year, we were up to issuing 76% of the permits that we issued last year. And if you just take September and October, we were actually at 84% of the permits that we issued last year. So you can see that our volume is picking up. Obviously, a big part of the reduction to 63% has to do with April of this year, at the onset of the pandemic. You can go to the next slide, thank you, Julia, which deals with inspections over that same period. So we're looking at the period of, this is actually looking at the COVID period this year. That's what's shown on this particular slide. So March through, again, October, our inspections have been occurring, and noting that in March, most of our permits were on-site permits. This is, of course, the month that we first entered our lockdown, mid-March, and in March, of the 6,000 inspections that we did, they were almost entirely on-site. And you can see the shift that occurred beginning in April. In April, we did just under 4,000 inspections. Quite a few of them, however, were video inspections and third-party inspections for the first time. And you can see how inspections have gone during the COVID period, to the point where in October we were over 6,000 total inspections, and quite a few of those, you could see the third-party inspections in particular ramping up, and the on-site inspections staying pretty consistent. So during the COVID period, we're now, certainly if you add November, we'll be over 45,000 inspections, but through October, we're at about 43,000 inspections that we've done during the COVID period. You can move to the next slide, Julia. Thank you. This shows construction valuation. This shows us fiscal year 19 and then through fiscal year 20, which ended at the end of June, of course, this year. You haven't seen these numbers yet. And then into the first quarter of the current fiscal year, where we ended up in fiscal year 20, we were on the path of exceeding fiscal year 19's valuation, with a quarter of fiscal year 20, however, being during the pandemic. We ended up slightly less than fiscal year 19 at about 94% of the valuation. Of course, 2019 was a record. Actually, 2018 was a record, then 2019 was a record. We almost got there in 2020, but for the quarter of the year during the pandemic. And you can see how we've been doing in the first quarter of this year. The slide after this one, Julia, shows construction valuation over a longer period of time, so you can see how since fiscal year 2011, as we were coming out of the Great Recession, the incredible downturn that occurred in this country, how we've been ramping up since then to the point of that record in fiscal year 19 I mentioned. fiscal year 20 and where we're projected to be in fiscal year 21 if we stay on the pace that we're currently on, which would be just a slight reduction from fiscal year 20 and above actually what we did in fiscal year 18. The next slide, if you'll go to that, Julia, is related to code enforcement activity. A couple things about code enforcement. Just to first show the number of complaints we've gotten during the COVID period, again through November, 569, total complaints, and then of those, 147 raised themselves to the point of a stop work order. Of course, with the municipal court now back in operation, we're also able to issue citations in cases where that is necessary. You can also see on the map the distribution of those stop work order cases, where they were issued within the city geographically. And on the next slide, just to point out, we've recognized the need to ramp up our code enforcement activities and have been working on bolstering our effort related to code enforcement, and a few weeks ago have started putting out communication to the public regarding our greater capacity to do code enforcement in the city and driving people to our phone number so that they can lodge complaints in cases where they think that property is being used illegally from a zoning standpoint, or a building permit hasn't been issued, or someone is operating outside the scope of a building permit. And then also a new email address dedicated to code enforcement, codebustersdcp@atlantanga.gov. So we've been doing, and will continue to do, a great effort to communicate to residents about how best to get to us for help with code enforcement. The next two slides relate to the activity we've had related to our arborists and tree removal and replacement. What I have in the presentation is the last quarter of fiscal year 20 and the first quarter of fiscal year 21. So that basically is most of the pandemic period. So the last quarter of 20, of course, April through June is when we went into lockdown, and you can see a reduction in overall activity during that period, especially as it relates, of course, to the beginning of the pandemic. So you see smaller numbers with regard to trees destroyed or removed, whether they're dead, dying, and hazardous trees, or they were trees that were submitted to us via plan review for consideration. The next slide is the first quarter of 2021, and you'll see an increase in these numbers. And as the pandemic period went on, as with all of our numbers, an increase here as it relates to the arborist work. One thing I want to point out here, these reports we do quarterly, and we upload them onto our website. The information that's on the top two charts on these slides are prepared in association with the requirements that we have for reporting on tree removals. At the bottom of these slides, you'll see total trees removed, destroyed, or impacted, and then the replacement. We added that to this presentation, and just to point out one thing, when you see on the left side the total number of trees removed, and then the total number that were replaced, and then you see the replacement percentage, you would say, well, 73%, that doesn't look like that, the total number of trees replaced versus those removed. Certainly 2354 is not 73% of 5886. But the replacement number relates only to trees that, it does not include trees that were dead, dying, and hazardous. So the list above, it does include the other types. So if you have trees removed for infrastructure projects or illegal activity or based on plan review that we do, all of those are included in the numbers that were destroyed, but the dead, dying, and hazardous ones are not. So The total number we had, if you remove the dead, dying, and hazardous in this first quarter of 21, for instance, was 3,227 trees removed, and then 2,354 were replaced. So that's where you get to the 73%. You can go to 2 slides ahead. Actually, Julia, I'm going to shift gears here and talk about the work we're doing on Peachtree Street. This is something that we've talked to you about, but it's been quite some time ago because we were gearing up on doing this work, this design work and public engagement related to Peachtree Street in downtown pre-pandemic. And we're finally able to get going with the work during the pandemic in the summer. This has to do with an evaluation of Peachtree Street in downtown Atlanta. We have this study, which is substantially funded by the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we're leading the evaluation and study of the street. If you go to the first slide that says our schedule, you can see where we started during the pandemic in August. We just wrapped up some public workshops, which occurred in November. We're going to take what we learned from those workshops and have a second series of public meetings and workshops in January so that we can begin looking at specific ideas that were generated during the November workshop, with the intent of wrapping up this work in the spring of next year and including a demonstration project on Peachtree Street that can be implemented as kind of a pilot, but we also will be looking at how to phase changes to Peachtree Street so that things can move as cost affordably as possible and as quickly as possible. The next slide actually is a map, Julia, which shows the different segments of Peachtree Street. We've been looking generally at everything from North Avenue to Marietta Street. You see 3 segments here identified. I'll tell you that we're really concentrating on segment 3, which is in Peachtree Center. As this is the densest part of the city, we think that there's a great opportunity here to start in that segment 3. And the last slide here related to Peachtree Street, the participants that we had in the workshop that occurred in November. As you all know, the virtual meetings are an interesting way to do public engagement. We're going to be looking at other ways to engage people for the January workshops, but we did have good participation and lively discussion in November. Julie, if you go to the next couple slides, first is just a title slide related to public space improvements. Did want to point out that during the pandemic period, in the summer and on to today, we've been able to implement various public realm improvements around the city that were subject to our grant program that we started in 2018. Starting to see quite a bit of that bear fruit in different parts of the city. We have a few images of those locations on this first slide. And then on the next slide, Julia, the moving of we had put in a kind of seating area and public space on Highland Avenue and recently moved it to a location in Grant Park. We learned some things about the Highland location and felt it would be more successful in this Grant Park location, so we recently moved it. Anyway, that program has, as I said, we're able to now see some examples of this around the city, and we will continue that grant program in 2021 so we can keep this work going. We'll then shift to the impact fee update, which Janity Sitafall, as I mentioned, is on the call with us, and she can take us through a few slides related to where we stand with the impact fee study. Janity, are you here?
Ms. Poulier, do we know if Ms. Sitafall is on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, she is on the line and we're just unmuting her now.
Okay. Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland, and good afternoon, council members. I just want to give you a quick update on what we've been doing in terms of impact fees. As you all know, we started this process just about this time last year and presented to you a process where we would do a phase one update, which was to use funds that we already had allotted to this program and a consultant that we'd be working with through staff to begin an update based off of the 2017 fee study that was done. And so we've worked through most of that. We've been in contact with you. We've worked with our Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. And we got to the point back in July where we were able to have an updated fee study that made some recommendations for how we would increase and update the fee structure that our current impact fee study, which was based off of something back in 1993. And if you remember correctly, we had not updated our fee structure since then. So this was a major update, and we had some good, reliable information based off of previous fee studies, and we were going to use that to just update the fee structure, look at some policies about how we could apply impact fees to the various categories like transportation, parks and recreation, and police, fire, and emergency services. We made some recommendations back to you back in, I think it was May of last year. We used those recommendations from you to update and revise our study, and we submitted comments. Well, we submitted a revised fee study to UTA in late June, early July of this year. GCA provided us with some, let's go to the next slide, please, Julia. GCA provided us with some comments back in August of this year. And we spent, excuse me, most of September and a good bit of October addressing those comments. The comments were basically, requests to clarify certain things like how we, came up with service areas and details regarding, just how we did certain things in regard to our methodology. But the big request was around developing a 20-year list of capital improvement for public facilities. And so we worked with our various partner departments and came up with that information and submitted that to DCA at the end of October. So that being said, next slide. That being said, we are now in a 40-day review period
EPA can take up to 40 days to review any of the feedback that we provide them in response to their comments. And so we're expecting to have, and I've got my fingers crossed that it's not more comments, but it's definitely approval, on about December 11th. And we have a scheduled meeting of our Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee on December 16th. And if all of those things work in concert, we should be able to have a review of our draft legislation, which is already being crafted, and then come to you in January for first reading and a second reading by January 17th of May, and then a full hearing on the 28th, and then hopefully we can adopt some new legislation in very early February. So that's kind of the timeline that we're on, and we've been very appreciative of all of the comments that we have received from, stakeholders that have supported this process all through, and your support as well. And we hope that we can keep to the schedule so that we can have a new impact fee structure that we can adopt in February that can be implemented. We're still, hoping that we can do it by the July 1st beginning of the new fiscal year. Those are part of the decisions that we will be bringing to you as recommendations in January, and we look forward to moving this forward.
Thank you, Janity. And Julie, if you want to move to the next slide then, and actually go 2 slides ahead, the next slide, the title slide. Wanted to finish the presentation and update to CDHS with an update on the tree protection ordinance work. You'll remember that we had a work session at the end of June of this year. Included in that work session was a presentation by a group of residents who were working on aspects of an ordinance or proposal themselves. After that work session, we began meeting with that group on a regular basis. That's been going on since the work session. Our most recent meeting with that group, that group's evolved a little bit since late June, but the most recent meeting with them was last week on November 24th, and that meeting last week will conclude the efforts we've taken with that group. It's been highly beneficial, and I think we've gotten as far as we can in those discussions with regard to our final proposal on the tree ordinance. We also have been meeting with developers and builders related to the tree protection ordinance. Most recently today, we had a meeting to discuss it with our technical advisory committee. So we've spent a lot of time meeting with the key stakeholders as it relates to the deep content of the tree protection ordinance, and we are now prepared to distribute what you see in the slide and in the slides after this are an update to the fact sheet. We used this fact sheet at the work session in late June, and with regard to in the fact sheet, you see the way this is organized. You see under each category. So on this first slide, a connection to Atlanta City design, and then affordability. As you get into the subsequent slides, you'll see tree valuation, a section on heritage trees, a section on tree preservation requirements, site density requirements, replacement tree spacing, tree replacement and recompense fees, stormwater management, green infrastructure and trees, parking lot landscaping requirements, permitting of public and private trees, periodic removal of healthy trees, postings, tree trust fund, early review of development related to trees and residential subdivisions. Those are all the categories that are listed. And then you'll see a proposed solution in draft 1, and now you'll see a proposed solution in draft 2. This draft 2 is a product of what's happened since that last work session. And we will distribute this fact sheet to council and widely within the community beginning on Monday next week. We are also working with the city attorneys on the ordinance that will codify the proposal that you see in this fact sheet. The fact sheet includes all the elements of how the ordinance would actually work, but the city attorney's office is helping us with the actual ordinance, which we will be then prepared to submit to council for the beginning of the ordinance review public process on that ordinance in January. And that is where the tree protection ordinance stands at this point. We honestly feel pretty good about all the collaboration that's occurred since your last work session, and are hopeful that a version close to what will be in this ordinance you'll be receiving and that you'll review in this fact sheet will be what makes it through the public process that will soon ensue. So, Councilmember Westmoreland, that is the completion of our presentation, and of course, happy to answer questions or take comments on the presentation at this time.
Sure. Thank you, both Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. I will point out to my colleagues before we take questions and comments that we will obviously have a standalone work session in January on impact fees before moving anything out of this committee to full council, and the same goes without saying. At least one work session on trees, especially once we have a draft ordinance in front of us. So with those two caveats, I will start with Mr. Farokhi.
Thank you, Chairman Westmoreland. I'll be brief. Commissioner Keene, I just wanted to thank you and your team for spending so much time thinking about and trying to reshape the public realm in ways that are focused on people. I think public space is one of many great opportunities for our city, and how we activate it and shape it is oftentimes the difference between a really special place that attracts people and business and tourists and residents and something that's desolate. So I just appreciate the work you guys are doing and I've told your team this in the one-on-ones we've had, but on the Peachtree Street, Shared Street concept, whether it's Section 3 or Section 3 and 4, I just hope all go full speed ahead and don't shy from being bold on it. So I appreciate y'all leading on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Commissioner King, thank you for adding in some of my concerns that from your presentation that I've talked to you about before in terms of code enforcement, and how you're going to be looking at something called the code buster. That's interesting. So I think it's most definitely relevant because as I see in my part of the city, and I feel sure as I talk to my colleagues, some of them have agreed that there are all kind of code violations that are not necessarily related to blight, but just illegal things that are happening in terms of build out, in terms of permitting, in terms of a range of different things. And I did my best to try to educate my residents on if you see something, if you see somebody building in your neighborhood and you don't see a big white box or something on the windows that says, you know, you have a permit, that you need to call the city. Because in the last, this year in particular, I've had an array of just complaints and concerns that have come before me back to back to back that just exposes a lot of things that are going on illegally. So I appreciate you coming up with a plan in terms of code busters. We're going to have to come up with a program in terms of how we educate residents on that and really pump this out into the community. Excuse me, the same as we would do with public works or anybody else in terms of other things. I would say the same thing in terms of tree removal. You know, I talked to you last month or so about a tree removal issue in my community. And after I got over just the problems that I saw with that, not only externally in terms of how I found this complaint, but also internally in terms of how it was being treated internally, I began to realize, I came back and reflected and said, number one is we need to do education on so many levels and have much more deeper conversations in terms of how our departments are doing in terms of interacting with these particular situations. But also, what I realized as I was talking about educating our residents, but even educating our business owners about laws or tree laws, period. This particular incident I had was with trees, and when I calmed down and was not mad anymore, I realized that this person I interacted with had no clue at all as a business is that he did not have the right to cut down 6 trees that had been growing for 10 to 15 years in front of his establishment. And so, you know, it's really sad that, you know, even as a business owners and so many people don't even understand our laws in terms of trees. And as we talk about the tree ordinance, how I'm looking at the tree ordinance, and a lot of folks in certain parts of the city interact with it, but across the city, we don't have a huge interaction in terms of the south side of Atlanta in terms of trees. So as we talk about these tree ordinances, code issues, enforcement in terms of your department, we have a lot of work to do in terms of educating. And I would ask you as a commissioner to also begin to look internally in terms of your department, in terms of how you're actually interacting with your employees in terms of how they go out and interact also. And I guess let me ask you one thing about arborists. How many arborists do you have in the arborist department? Can you tell me?
Total number of arborists, this includes arborists that go out into the field, council member, as well as arborists that just do plan review within the office. That total number is 14.
And so if someone calls in an arborist complaint, is there a 1 or 2 particular groups that actually do that, or these arborists assigned to different particular areas? The 14 or the
the arborists that are in the field responding to complaints, council member, are assigned by zip code, so they have geographic areas that they respond to. And we do have arborists in the field now, you know, responding to complaints and otherwise checking on trees. I will say, council member, that to your comments, you know, your communication with us about code-related issues in your district are, and we've heard other such concerns, are substantially the reason that we started so intently concentrating on how we could do better with code enforcement, because we've seen across the city, as you've described in your district, during the pandemic, the number of cases where people are doing work that they're authorized to do, we've been seeing it increasing. So Greg Pace and the buildings group did a good job to bring in more resources to help us with that code enforcement. And we waited until we had those resources in hand to do the communication that we started related to ramping up code enforcement and code busters, et cetera. So I'm just saying thank you for your, you know, vigilance on this, and it's substantially what resulted in our ramping up our code enforcement activities citywide.
Okay. Well, thank you. I just want to also, in terms of what I'm asking is, do we have enough people for what we do? I think that's another question we need to ask ourselves.
Yeah.
As we look ramping it up. And I don't know, I'm not trying to micromanage your department, but just making sure that we have the resources we need. So we'll wait and see how it works out. But just want to make sure that there are issues as you're out there. Because when I called on some of them, people were not available, and I was just trying to understand why. But some of it seems to be around COVID also, and the fact that it was a misunderstanding of what people were working and not working. But thank you for your support and dealing with that with me. And looking forward to the impact fee and the tree things that you're going to send out next week so we can get involved with that also. It's truly time for us to impact fee in terms of dealing with that. So thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner King, one, I just want to start by thanking you. You and your entire team, Greg Pace, and just everybody within the permitting department for just supporting our residents. I mean, I've had so many residents that have needed assistance, and I've brought you into the conversation and your team into the conversation, and you guys have acted swiftly to address their needs. And a lot of these folks are small businesses within the city. So I wanted to thank you for y'all's incredible work there. And then also just the streamlining of the permitting process in general, I thought was innovative. And, I think it's the future of how we operate business within the city of Atlanta. So I thank you for your innovation. I wanted to ask just a general question. I was thinking a lot about small business developers in this city and really understanding their relationship with the city of Atlanta. And I just wanted to ask you, what is the relationship with our small business developers in this city when it comes to doing business with us, streamlining processes for them to be able to operate in different capacities to serve within the city of Atlanta. So I just really wanted to understand from your perspective, where are we in that conversation?
Well, thank you, Council Member, first for your initial comments, and then I appreciate that, and everybody in planning does appreciate your saying that. And then regarding your question, when we started really changing our permitting processes a few years ago, the point of it was so that people that don't have the resources to hire help could get a permit on their own. That you didn't need to hire somebody to help you navigate the permitting process. You could come in and happily do it yourself. That has been the thing that we've concentrated on from the beginning, and honestly, the reason for that is substantially small businesses, as you say, that don't have a PhD in permitting and they don't have the money to hire someone, and a property, just somebody that owns a house that is under the same circumstances. So that has been the constant focus of ours. We do, interact regularly with business owners on how we're doing, and I think independently, that we've gotten really positive feedback on how things have improved. We do have cases, Council Member, as you know, that fall through the cracks or get stuck somehow, and when you're processing 4,000 permits over 7 months, such things do happen. You have a handful of those cases, and we feel strongly that when they occur, as you mentioned, we have to help them. No matter whose issue it is with regard to why it's stuck, we have to get to the bottom of why it's stuck and get it unstuck. And so we do get feedback regularly. Overall, I think the response has been very positive, but we're going to keep changing. And the biggest issue for right now, Council Member, is improvements in our technology. We've taken some advances with regard to how we use Excella, but we've got to do better there. And also, to Councilmember Shepherd's point, we do have staffing issues. Some of it, we have staff working from home that are working constantly on, processing permits, and we need help. So those two things are what we're really focused on. And I think with advancements on technology and hiring of people will continue to see great improvement in terms of permitting.
Okay, that was really amazing. So let me ask you this, Commissioner. Where where are we in the timeline of really, I guess it would take securing the funding to advance our technology, and then also with the hiring of folks. Where are you timeline-wise with really getting those solidified so we can have an even more efficient department than we already do?
Councilmember, in both cases, it is not a funding issue. We have the funding that we need to improve the technology. We have the funding to hire the people. In most cases, let me caveat that on the people side. We will bring you, in cases where we need more people, again, to Councilmember Shepherd's point around code enforcement or arborists, we will bring those proposals to you. But even with the funding we have now for staff, we have a great challenge in terms of recruitment. And I know this has been a theme in all of the committee presentations by departments, and it doesn't make sense in a way because of the economic condition we're in, but we have a really hard time recruiting people for important positions like inspectors and plans examiners. So, Councilmember, it's not so much a funding issue, it's an execution issue when it comes to technology people.
Understood. Hey, Commissioner, have we looked at the barriers for entry for these middle-aged jobs around inspectors and how we may be able to lower those barriers so that we don't have such a huge issue with hiring across the board? And, because we've been having this conversation, and maybe it's a collective conversation with HR, planning, and whoever else, but we've been having this conversation, especially with the Department of Transportation, who's been a fierce advocate for bringing more trades in-house and training our residents and putting our residents back to work. So I think this is something that could be a significant win for this city if we can look into that and potentially see how we can truly put folks to work.
Yeah, I agree, Councilmember. We need to do better with that, and these are good jobs, and really they're jobs that require certain things. To be an inspector, to be a plans examiner, you do have to have certain skills, but they are good-paying jobs, and residents of Atlanta, they're great jobs for residents of Atlanta, and the competition for these kinds of jobs or positions just in this region is pretty fierce.
Yeah. One last thought, Commissioner. Really a question. Where are we with the deployment of the permit fee waiver program to incite affordable housing in development zones that we established?
That program started, I think it was August 1st, Councilmember. To date, we have not had a case of a project that has qualified. It's been implemented. We're just, tracking who's developing where, and we just have not had a case yet that has qualified.
Understood. Do you believe we need to reevaluate what we've set in place as the qualifications to potentially incite some developers to apply or to see if they qualify?
Well, I would suggest that we give it a year. This has been such an unusual year, obviously. That perhaps we give it until August 1st of next year and see what kind of action we get. I think the way the incentive was designed is very appropriate, as we've discussed, and let's give it a little bit of time to see how it works out.
Do you think we can send out some mailers into the community or something to kind of raise some awareness around it?
Absolutely, we can. Sure, we have a great communications team that could help us with that.
Okay, that would be amazing. Hey, Commissioner, I'm going to yield back to my colleagues, but it's been a pleasure working with you, specifically over these last 8 months as we've endured the pandemic. And I thank you again for your leadership and your innovation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, as you and Mr. Brown was talking, I just want to, something else came into my mind. I was just talking about training and qualifications for some of the your department and some of the needs in terms of shortage. I would also say that in terms of your department, in terms of some of those positions, for instance, when we did a redevelopment plan for several parts of my district, one of the things I saw, even in terms of just hiring consultants, was that there was not an equity in terms of people of color. And how it came to my notice, really, the first time I did a development plan, with my first blueprint plan, is the consultants came and they were all white because that was their skill set. You didn't have a lot of blacks in it. But in my community, when I brought them before the community, they looked at this as, oh, here goes the city, even though I had requested this product in terms of redevelopment plan. They looked at it as, you're bringing in all these people from a different race, and they're coming in to gentrify our neighborhoods and take it over. And that was when I had to go back to the consultants and say, we need some people of color to be in the front of some of this. And so I'm saying the same thing in terms of internally in our department, is that we need to make sure as we're looking at how our city has changed, is that we have a balance of equity of folks from all respects. For instance, I'm not sure if we have any arborists for people. Is there any arborists or people of color in our department? Is there an arborist? Anyone?
There is not. Councilmember Shepard, within the planning department as a whole, 60% of our employees are African American, 30% are white.
You don't have to be defensive. I just want you to listen to me. So I'm not saying.
No, I'm about to answer your question, Councilman. I'm just giving you the overall picture. With regard to, if you'd like the overall picture, 60% African American, 30% white, and 10% Hispanic and Asian. Then within the arborist, though, you're absolutely correct. We do not have any diversity within the arborist group, and that's something that we've been discussing and feel strongly is a priority for us. We have had in the past some diversity there, but right now we do not, and it's a very good point.
So I'm just saying, as we talk about us as a city, not just looking at it in terms of we have percentage, but in terms of the skill sets for different departments. And I know some of these skill sets sometimes are hard to find in terms of that particular, for a lot of different cultural reasons and different reasons. But I'm just saying, I'm just using this as an example, and like I said, I'm not trying to beat nobody down. I'm just putting this forth as a discussion that as we look at, just like when the parks department earlier, they had all the calls about equity in terms of parks and things like that. The same things apply in terms of looking at things from a perspective of who is interacting with folks out in the community, all of those types of calibers also. So that's why I'm throwing this out as this conversation following with you, Mr. Brown, is that as a city, if we're talking about a city of equity, then we need to be looking at it holistically across the RAM in terms of departments and looking at it from a psychological perspective of who's going out and acting with who in terms of what. So again, this is not a disrespect. It's just making you aware of that and just a food for thought in terms of as you're looking at your department. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments from the body, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilmember Westmoreland, and everyone. Appreciate it.
All right. Ali, next up is our consent agenda in the one item. Ms. Puladini, will you please read that in?
It's item number 1, 20-0-1755, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or her designee to permanently close the portion of George Street Southeast between Martin Luther King Jr. Drive Southeast and Bigger Street to transfer the permanently closed portion of George Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia, from the purview of the Department of Public Works to the purview of the Department of Parks and Recreation in connection with the historic Oakland Foundation Visitor Center project and Memorial Drive Greenway project and for other purposes.
And on to our regular agenda.
Okay. Items number 12, 15, and 19 are all amending the land use element of the CDP, and the department is recommending approval for these items. Would the committee like to take 12, 15, and 19 as a block?
Why don't we go ahead and take each of these individually, since things can always change on the fly.
Okay, we'll do item number 12, 20-0-1699, CDP-20-023, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 625 Boulevard Northeast from the high-density residential land use designation to the mixed-use medium-density land use designation, and for the purposes B-20-044 NPUM Council District 2.
Any questions or comments or motion, Mr. Faruqi?
Motion to approve.
A motion by Faruqi to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Motion by Faruqi, second by Brown. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Bond is aye.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Next item.
Item number 13, 20-0-1700, CDP-20-026, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 993, 997, 1003, and 1007 Boulevard Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes B-20-049 NPUW Council District 1, and there's a substitute in your packet which corrects the land use designation and updates the affordable housing impact statement and map.
Motion to bring forward the substitute. Is there a second?
Second, Faruqi.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown, or either Brown or Faruqi. Ms. Smith, would you like to speak before the vote?
We can go ahead and vote.
Okay.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Thank you.
The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. The item is substituted. Ms. Smith?
I didn't realize we were going to vote on this today. I thought we were going to hold it because it hasn't gone to...
We are. We are. You want to make a motion to hold?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to hold.
Motion to hold by Smith, second by Westmoreland. Please open that vote.
Thank you.
Sure.
The vote is open.
There's a recommendation to hold for items 14 and 17 as well, and 16. Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay. Did you hear me?
Yes. I did. Thank you, sir. 6-0, that item is held. Next item.
Item number 14, 20-0-1701, CDP-20-030, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 21 Daniel Street Southeast from the low-density commercial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes B-20-052 NPUM Council District 2, and there's a substitute which corrects the land use designation and updates the map.
Make a motion to bring forward the substitute. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Thank you.
The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is before us. There is a recommendation to hold. Ms. Smith?
Yeah, move to hold.
Second by Westmoreland. Please open that vote.
Vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Vote is closed. 6-0. That item is held in committee. Next item.
Item number 15, 20-0-1702, set CDP-20-031, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1136 Sylvan Road Southwest from the industrial land use designation to the mixed-use low-density land use designation and for other purposes, B-20-053 NPUX Council District 12.
Ms. Shepherd?
Just move approval. This is a project that my community is excited about, so the motion is to approve.
Motion by Shepherd. Is there a second? Second by Brown. Please open the vote.
Vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0. That item is favorable. Next item.
Our next item is number 16, 20-0-1703, CDP-20-032, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1190, 1194, and 1200 McDonald Drive Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes B-20-055 NPUY, Council District 1.
The recommendation to hold, Ms. Smith.
Move to hold.
Motion by Ms. Smith, second by Mr. Westmoreland. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
And Ms. Shepherd.
Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is held. Next item.
Item number 17, 20-0-1704, CDP-20-033, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 74, 84, 88, 92, 103, and 105 Flat Shoals Road Southeast, 107, 111, 117, 121, 145, 151, and 157 Gibson Street Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the mixed-use medium-density land use designation, and 927 Wiley Street Southeast, 95 Flat Shoals Road Southeast, 930, 933, 934, 943, 946, 948, 949, and 953 Kirkwood Avenue Southeast, 146 Holtzclaw Southeast, 941, 945, 949, and 951 Manigault Street Southeast from the industrial land use designation to the mixed-use medium-density land use designation, and for other purposes, C-20-061 NPUN Council District 5. There is a substitute in your packet which adds missing parcels and updates the affordable housing impact statement and map.
A motion to bring forward the substitute. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bond.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is before us. I'll make a motion to hold. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brown. Please open that vote.
The vote is closed.
Mr. Bond.
I'm sorry. The vote is open.
Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
My vote is yay.
Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0. That item is held. Next item.
Item number 18, 20-0-1705, CDP-20-034, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 575 and 585 Boulevard Place Northeast from the low-density residential land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes C-20-063 NPUM Council District 2.
Mr. Faruqi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to hold this amendment.
Motion by Faruqi to hold. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond.
Yay.
Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is held. Next item.
Number 19, 20-0-1706, CDP-20-035, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 1565 Moreland Avenue Southeast, aka 1575 Moreland Avenue Southeast rear, from the single-family residential land use designation to the mixed-use low-density land use designation, and for the purposes V-20-066 NPUW, Council District 1.
Move approval. Smith.
Motion to approve by Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Bond. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6-0. That item is favorable. Next item.
Number 20, 20-0-1707, CDP-20-036, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 420 McDonough Boulevard Southeast from the low-density commercial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, 450 Galt Street Southeast, from the medium-density residential and high-density commercial land use designation to the high-density residential land use designation, and 499, 501, and 505 Federal Terrace Southeast, 1440, 1446, 1450, and 1456 Galt Street Southeast, from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes B-20-071 NPUY Council District 1.
Recommendation is to hold. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, motion to hold, good?
Motion to hold, yes.
Okay, thanks. Motion by Smith, second by Westmoreland.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0, that item is held. Next item.
Number 21, 20-0-1708, CDP-20-037, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 552 Boulevard Place Northeast from the low-density residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes V-20-064 NPUM Council District 2.
Recommendation is to hold. Mr. Faruqi.
Yes, motion to hold. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Motion by Faruqi. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second by Brown. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote? Mr. Bond?
I'm sorry, yay.
That's okay. Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0, that item is held. Next item.
Number 22, 20-0-1709, CDP-20-039, an ordinance by Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 2741 Glenwood Avenue Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the low-density residential land use designation, and for the purposes D-20-073 NPUO Council District 5.
Recommendation is to hold. I will make that motion. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown.
The vote is
Mr.
open.
Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0, that item is held. Next item.
Item number 23, 20-0-1710, CDP-20-040, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to adopt the NPUH Master Plan, a vision for Adamsville, to amend the 2016 Comprehensive Development Plan by incorporating by reference said plan, and for the purposes, NPUH Council Districts 9 and 10. There's an amendment in your packet which makes some corrections to the plan.
I will make a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Second. Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown. Please open that vote. Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote? Yay. Thank you.
Vote is closed.
6-0, the item is amended. Ms. Lavendier, I read through the plan last night. Looked like a whole lot of time and effort and work went into it. Would you tell us a little bit about it before we take this action? Once we unmute you. Is Ms. Lavendier there?
I'm checking, Mr. Chair. One moment.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. That's okay. I appreciate
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, and so the NPUH asked us to work with them to develop a plan for their community. So we started working with them last year, and we had a steering committee that met 4 times in the community meetings, some of the survey. And through that process, we developed a vision for the NPU goals to guide their future development. They were concerned about 3 areas, and we developed concept plans on how they could redevelop based on their vision and goals. Those were in Bolton, on Bolton Road, on the MLK, in Fairburn, and in and then we developed implementation and recommendations for zoning and land use changes to help them meet their vision. And we had a virtual committee meeting in September to go over the plan, and the NPU voted to adopt a plan at a meeting, in a special meeting they had in a few weeks ago. So we hope that this is a way for them to reach their goals that they've set out in the plan.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, if there are no questions or comments on behalf of Councilmembers Hillis and Boone, I will make a motion to adopt as amended.
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown. Motion is to approve.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond.
Yay.
Motion by, or no, there we go. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable as amended. Thank you, Ms. Lavendier, to you and your team for some great work.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item number 24, 20-0-1730, an ordinance by Councilmember Carlos Smith to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to make transfers within the Coronavirus Relief Funds provided to the city pursuant to the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the total of which shall be utilized to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019 that were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27, 2020, the date of enactment of the CARES Act, and that were incurred during the period that began on March 1, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020, and for the purposes. And there's a substitute in your packet that adds language regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury extension in the caption, in the whereas clause, and in Section 3, and also attaches Exhibit A.
I'll make a motion to bring forward the substitute. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Westmoreland, a second by Smith. Please open that vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Thank you. 6 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is before us. I'm not exactly sure who I'm kicking things off to, but I'll start with Mr. Keene. Are you here?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I will kick us off. So thank you very much, Chairman Westmoreland and members of the committee, for the opportunity to again provide an update on the CRF program. I did provide some slides, and hopefully you all have those to reference along the way. So we'll go on to the next slide if we have those. As you may remember, the city was allocated $88.4 million from the Department of Treasury as part of the CARES Act for the Coronavirus Relief Fund program. And since receiving that allocation, the city has developed and adopted priorities for those allocations, established programs in accordance with the federal guidelines, conducted procurements, and deployed and monitored those programs. Next slide. So with these funds and programs, we will have assisted over 1,100 people experiencing homelessness, over 3,000 households with housing support, over 5,000 individuals with food support, over 600 youth through distance learning support, over 14,000 residents with testing and contact tracing, over 350 small businesses assisted. In addition, significant support to the city's general fund to offset pandemic-related expenses. A lot of effort has gone into that work, and I'll say thank you to the team members who have done this work before I close out today. And next slide. Overall, we are still confident that the city will deploy all of the CRF funds within the required time frame, which is December 30th, 2020. Today, the legislation before you asks for approval to transfer funds between the allocation categories based upon final feedback that we have gotten from the program leaders. The specific transfers are detailed in the update provided, the slides provided, as well as Exhibit A of the legislation. As was mentioned in the prior update that I did at the end of October, the majority of the funding that remains will be allocated to cover public safety and public health related payroll expenses due to the pandemic. The largest reallocation is from the Housing Assistance Program, and we have been joined by the team today to discuss that program, including the accomplishments thus far and plans moving forward. As is stated in the legislation and in the next steps that I'll soon mention, we are continuing to advocate for and monitor to determine if the Department of Treasury will extend the timeline for the deployment. If an extension occurs, then the allocations that City Council adopted in October will remain in effect. Next slide. So for the next steps, we will continue our oversight and coordination of the deployment of the funds, working with the service providers to navigate the evolving federal guidance and requirements. We will monitor to determine if an extension will occur, and we will conduct any final reallocation decisions to ensure that all funding is deployed and if an extension does not occur. Next slide. So finally, and most importantly, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the many staff and departments and service providers who have been involved in this effort. You all can see the names in the slides and on the screen. We greatly appreciate their hard work. They've been able to quickly learn the nuances of this CRF program and adapt as they have deployed these funds. And so thank you to them, and thank you to the City Council for your continued support. And now I'm gonna turn it over to United Way. Milton Little, CEO of United Way of Greater Atlanta, has joined us. They are one of the service providers in which we are grateful for the hard work that they have done to establish the Housing Assistance Program. They've gathered feedback along the way, they've adapted, and ultimately they've been able to serve thousands of people in the need. So with that, hopefully we can get Milton off of mute.
I'm here, John.
Hey, Milton, thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem. And thank you, Commissioner Westmoreland and all committee members for the opportunity to join you today. I want to give you, as John said, just a summary of some of the accomplishments, some of the activities we put in place, also tell you a little bit about some of the challenges that we have faced, with an emphasis on time having been our greatest enemy in this effort. But just to remind you, our task was to provide rental, mortgage, utility, and security deposit assistance to City of Atlanta residents. We were to create a network of providers to help administer the funds, create a seamless entry, customized online application portals backstopped by United Way's 211 service. And we were to do the best we can to widely promote this effort across the city. From the inception to November 20th, we've spent about $7.5 million of the $22 million allocated to this, having served now 2,600 families and individuals. The program started off a little slowly, but over time has really picked up a lot of speed. In the first 5 weeks, we served about 440 households. In October, we served 1,179 households. In the first 3 weeks of November, over 1,000 households. So we've been able to sort of really see the pace ramp up. We're estimating by December 30th, 11 million of the 22 million will be spent for housing assistance, leaving about 10.9 million to be reallocated to other COVID-related eligible activities. What have we done? We created a network of 24 provider organizations who are on the ground helping to administer this program. We have had a wide-scale public relations effort to promote the program: television, radio, outdoor PSAs on bus shelters, social media. We've used the city Notify ATL 311 service. We've had flyers in water and gas bills, distributed flyers to apartment buildings, have held webinars, outreach to churches. We have a presence in the magistrate court. We've used APS, libraries, and dozens of nonprofits. We've had media partners such as WSB TV, Telemundo, AJC, Supporter Report, KISS 104, 11, Alive, and WSB. Excuse me, I repeated that. To date, we've done 100 on-site enrollment efforts that have been held at local apartment complexes and at the Loudermilk Center. As I mentioned earlier, we've got an enrollment specialist who's working directly with the magistrate judges to support residents who have current eviction proceedings. And we've got monitors who are providing technical assistance and support on a weekly basis to each of the service providers to help arrange these outreach efforts at apartments and to support the data entry. Well, there are 3 challenges that I'd like to highlight that I think have helped to contribute to some of the slow progress that we have made. The eviction moratorium announced by the CDC in September, it gave some people a sense that that they were now having their rent forgiven. So there's a confusion between what the moratorium stands for and this idea that I don't have to pay. And it helped to slow down the urgency that people had to respond to the need to make good on their debt obligation. Eligibility requirements were also a challenge. And they're not a challenge solely here in Atlanta, but they're challenges I talked to municipalities around the U.S. In Atlanta, we've had many, many people apply, but more than half of them live outside of the city of Atlanta. And many of those who have qualified for the program, because the residents lack a copy of their lease agreement, they didn't have a lease, or they didn't have a lease agreement, or they had already received a housing subsidy, which disqualified them, or they had difficulty proving that their hardship was directly related to COVID-19. And then the final big one was the lack of available technology and connectivity. Because of COVID, we launched, and wisely so, that online portal. But there are many families and individuals who lack computers or the connectivity to upload the required documents or to complete the online application. And in this case, you had to submit and upload a full copy of your lease, which is awfully difficult if the only device you have is a cell phone. We shared these challenges with the city of Atlanta and thank all of them for being incredibly flexible. We were able to put a few things in place. We increased the maximum household assistance from $3,000 to $5,000, amended the household area median income for renters from 60% AMI to 80% AMI, expanded the program to include mortgage assistance for households. And to combat those technical challenges, as I said, we put in-person events so that we can offer online assistance to people to help them complete the paperwork. And we did that at apartment complexes. And so all of those things have helped to get more people in the pipeline and helped us get more applications. I'll close by simply saying that we believe, based on the historical pace of spending and our very conservative projections for the future spending, that we anticipate about $11 million to be spent by 12/30. And given the original contract was for $22 million, that leaves about 10.97 to be reallocated. We've done, I believe, an exceptional job, but as I started off this comment, I think the greatest challenge we face is time. Given the pace of enrollments right now, if we had an additional 3 to 4 months, we have no doubt that the total amount allocated for this project would be expended. John, I'll stop there. And Chairman Westmoreland, I'm happy to answer any questions or however you are proceeding through the rest of the portion of the meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Keene, any other comments to the paper before we move on to questions and comments?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions or comments?
Mr. Westmoreland, I want to thank for the update. I know I had asked questions before in reference to where we were with the funding. So I'm hoping through this process that we will be able to proceed by the end of the year. But thank you all for the update. Motion to approve.
Okay, we've got a motion by Shepherd. Ms. Smith, you're next in line, and then Mr. Brown, and then I've got a couple questions and comments as well.
If we've already got a motion, then I'm fine.
Okay. Would you like to make a second?
Absolutely. Second, Smith.
Okay. A motion by Shepherd, a second by Smith. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, and Mr. Keene is more than welcome to answer it. My question is, the funding that's been allocated to United Way, has any of the funding been used? And I'm sorry, I came in, I didn't have the presentation in front of me right now, but is any of those funds being allocated towards small businesses?
Councilmember Brown, this is John Keene, Chief Operating Officer. The funds are primarily being redeployed towards payroll expenses, and the main reasons for that is a couple things. One, as we talked about in the update in October, the the main way that we would be able to allocate funds as we got towards the end of the time period, which is December 30th, was to be able to deploy those funds for our payroll expenses related to public safety and public health. We also worked with each of the staff leads, program leads for each of the programs to identify where there were places, either one, that they wouldn't be able to deploy funds, or two, if they had the ability to deploy additional funds. And so we worked with Invest Atlanta to finalize what their program looked like as we closed it out, to ensure that they could get to December 30th and deploy all of their funds. They will deploy all $22 million of their funds by December 30th. But at this point, given the timelines and given what they needed to do to meet that, we did not feel it made sense to add additional funding to that allocation.
Understood. So, Mr. King, let me ask you this. You know, I've kind of voiced this concern previously on several occasions from Invest Atlanta, and just updates from you on the deployment of these COVID funds. You know, there is a struggling population in the city of Atlanta, specifically small businesses, startup small businesses that started their business, you know, between 6 and 8 months of COVID, and are in an extremely vulnerable condition right now, in which, you know, they're barely surviving, and they use the last of their resources to start this business in the city with hopes that it would prosper. Not, you know, unbeknownst to them, that COVID was going to just really shut down our city and really impact majority of our small businesses. So, has there been any conversation? Because, you know, I know we need to get the funds deployed, and I know we are under a certain time constraint to do that, but I know there is an existing population that needs funding right now. You know, we have about 18,000 small businesses in this city, and, you know, this specific population, you know, really needs help right now. And they're one of the only populations that did not really benefit from any of the COVID funds that have been designated by both Invest Atlanta and our community partners.
Councilmember, a couple thoughts on that. Understand your concern, and I appreciate the fact that certainly we've had some discussion on this in the last update. There was some discussion on it. You shared some thoughts with Dr. Klementich, and I know she's taken that into consideration, both as they've considered the guidelines related to this program, but more importantly, as we look at the guidelines for any additional programs that we look to establish moving forward. With grant funds that we're getting both through the CARES Act or any additional stimulus funds that we get from the federal government through any future acts. And so there's the opportunity to make sure that as we finalize and develop program guidelines for CDBG funds, we've gotten some awards related to Economic Development Agency grants, making sure that we take into account the feedback that you've gotten from small businesses in your district as well as across the city is appreciated and important. And so I don't know if Eloise is on and wants to speak to some of the details as to ways that they've begun to incorporate that or consider that guidance, but I can tell you that it has been received and we appreciate it.
Hey, Mr. King, thank you so much. And you know, for me, I know that you all support this and are working on it, but I think sometimes it's important for the public to hear you all say that, so that they feel confident, because I know a lot of the small businesses that I've talked to, they're at the point of giving up. And I'm telling them, don't give up. Just, you know, continue to press forward. You know, the city is working on something. So to hear you say that is incredible. And I'm very appreciative, Mr. King, for you, you know, really just making a commitment to try to work out and figure something out for these small businesses. So thank you so much.
All right. I've got a couple of questions about the legislation aside from rental assistance, and then a couple of questions and comments about that before we vote. Toward the end of your packet and at the bottom of the attachment, there's still a bucket of $3.2 million listed as other. Can you talk about how we envision spending those dollars over the next 30 days so as to not have to send that money back to the federal government?
Absolutely, and there's a couple of key elements to that we've tried to add some of that detail in the exhibit. There's really two main buckets that funding is dedicated towards. We did reallocate $800,000 of it because the analysis showed that we were going to spend about $3.2 million versus $4 million. And the two main buckets, one is matching funds for FEMA. And so we have expenses that we will be getting FEMA reimbursement for, but we only get 75% reimbursement. And so these funds are eligible to be used for matching of that other 25%. And those are for existing expenses that we have that we can show to the government that these were eligible expenses and these go towards the 25% match. The second bucket is related to the basically the financial and compliance consulting services that we have procured in order to support us throughout this process, and specifically related to FEMA and CRF and any other CARES Act COVID-19 related financial and compliance related consulting support. And so we have leaned on them in order to help us, one, as we established the program, understand the guidelines as those guidelines evolve, to be additional hands-on as it relates to monitoring and establishing details related to program guidelines for things like what is required for reimbursement. And so that's really been the core of what those consultants have provided for us throughout this, and will continue to. And those are the two main items that fall into that bucket.
Okay. And then on the extension timeline, or on the extension possibility, do you have any sense of what the timeline is on when we could conceivably learn that we would have additional time? And do you have any ballpark estimate into how likely that possibility is?
Unfortunately, I don't have a great sense on either. We are monitoring it closely, and we're leveraging a variety of different resources that we have to do so. You know, obviously our team that monitors legislation going through Congress, we're having them help keep a pulse on things. The network that we have through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we're using that to keep a pulse on things. And then our consultants who are in contact with the Department of Treasury and FEMA, and our team that's in contact with those are both monitoring. But we would have hoped to have gotten the extension by now, but, you know, I think, you know, part of it has been elements of what's going on in Washington right now, and it's causing delays. So I think we really just don't have a clear sense as to whether or not it will happen, and if it does, when it might. But we're going to continue to watch and monitor.
Okay. Appreciate that. And then my last, I'm not sure I have any questions, just a couple of thoughts. One, when we first started discussing CARES funding back in the summer, the initial figure that we were all talking about as related to rental assistance was $15 million, and this committee felt really strongly about raising that dollar figure from 15 to 22 for both small business support and rental assistance. And I appreciated Mr. Little's comments earlier around the tight timeline that this sits on, which speaks to an extension that you just discussed, and the situation that we faced with moratorium confusion and stringent eligibility requirements. And I know that as we move throughout this process, virtually all of the requirements that might have been placed by either the city or United Way were removed, leaving really just the federal ones, which have proved onerous not just for Atlanta residents, but all across the country. I know that some cities like Philadelphia and Houston don't seem to have any issues spending their rental assistance money, but today New York City has expressed some issues that they've had with theirs. So I'm proud that Atlanta, especially for a city of our size, committed such a large bucket of money to this endeavor, given how great we know the need is among residents in our city and county. And having said all of that, given the hardships that we faced and have been described, it's really unfortunate that we kind of find ourselves where we are in terms of having to move such a significant amount of money away, given how great we know the need is. And I'm all for ensuring that we spend these dollars, and I'm going to support the motion and second that have been made. And deeply appreciate all the work that our service providers and partners have done to try and help keep our residents in our homes. And I regret that we weren't able to get more of this money out the door. And then my final comment, because I don't want anyone to be confused. Earlier today, a press release went out from the city that said the city of Atlanta expands housing relief to city residents affected by COVID-19. And I know no one on this call sends out press releases, but given the fact that we're having a conversation about cutting this figure in half, I thought that was unusual, and want to make sure that we're open and candid with the public about the situation that we find ourselves in. And I'm glad that 32 days ago we started providing mortgage relief in addition to rental assistance, and hope that we'll be able to spend down the rest of the dollars that we have in our bucket, and even more hopeful that there'll be an extension at the federal level such that we can try and get even more money of this out the door in the future. So if there are no other questions or comments, Ms. Smith.
Yeah, I just want to say that we've got to think about, we are the ones that doubled it, because obviously to us and everyone in the city, that housing is the most important. We've got to keep people in their houses. It's the most important task with this care money. I mean, yes, we've got small businesses, but keeping people in homes, that's why we almost doubled the money. So that was a unanimous vote. And so, but the city had, that when they did their plan, they were ready to spend, what, 11, 12 million, which is what they've done. So I don't want to like say that United Way and the city have not worked at what they've done. I think they've done a really good job, because remember, after we did the legislation, it had to go out for procurement, which all of us know that process, and they sped it along. And then after that, you have to sign a contract. So the city had to sign a contract with United Way on this money. So we've had a lot of paperwork, then get down to doing the nuts and bolts of what the money was meant to be spent on. I think that United Way has done a great job. They've spent, I think, 11 million of the money. Now, what my hope is that we get the extension and we can just keep plugging away at keeping housing on the forefront of the CARES money.
Yep. No, I will reiterate my appreciation to United Way and the service providers, and I share your hopes.
Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion by Shepard and a second by Smith. Please open the vote. Mr. Bond. Mr. Bond? All right. Why don't we mark Mr. Bond as away and close that vote?
Yeah.
Yay. Yay. My vote is yay.
There we go. Or not. All right. Good deal. 6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable on substitute. Thank you.
This item will now go before the Finance Executive Committee as it's a good referral.
Thanks. On to resolutions.
Item number 25, 20-R-4616, a resolution by Councilmember Rita Winslow authorizing the City of Atlanta to accept the donation of a bench from the South Face Institute, the total value of which is in an amount not to exceed $9,500.00 to be installed at the Reverend James Orange Park in honor and recognition of Reverend James Orange and the Oakland City community and for other purposes.
If there are no questions or comments, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Bond.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Next item.
Our next item is number 26, 20-R-4620, a resolution by Councilmembers Andrea Albuna and Mira Froki authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into an agreement with Agape Tennis Academy, LLC, for RFP-S1200138 tennis centers, management, maintenance, and capital improvements on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and for other purposes.
Mr. Froki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve. As all of us recall, a few months ago, we voted on a similar resolution and turned it back after outcry from residents concerned about the change in tennis court management as granted by the procurement department. And in the interim, since that time, the city's been faced with really two choices. One is to manage the courts themselves, which they've done for the past couple months. The other is to bring up this paper again to hire a third party to manage our tennis centers and tennis courts, which we've had for the last 10 years. This is just a new operator that's been recommended to take on a 5-year contract. Councilmember Boone and I have introduced it, I believe, with the support of the Parks Department, because frankly, the Parks Department doesn't have the capacity to, or skill set really, to run the tennis centers, which includes giving lots of lessons to kids and adults, as well as maintaining the courts. We have a number of clay courts and on top of hard courts that need maintenance. One of the primary concerns that was articulated by residents a few months ago that were opposed to the new vendor was largely that the instructors that they were used to, and I'm a tennis player myself. I play at the courts. I've played with UTA instructors, the former UTA being the former tennis operator, but that the skill set of those instructors and operators and the emotional attachment to them was very high. But I think what was lost in translation is it was a good many of them, if not the majority of them, are slated to be hired by this new operator, so we don't see a loss in quality of instruction. So all that goes to say, the last few months has kind of laid bare the fact that the city is not particularly well equipped to manage the course, which is why they issued this RFP to begin with. And I'm hoping we can kind of do the right thing here and move this forward. Right now, nobody's winning. Kids aren't getting lessons. Instructors don't have jobs because they can't teach at tennis courts. Our courts need to be taken care of, and none of that's really happening right now. Right now, you can just go on an app and schedule court time for singles or doubles play, which is fine, but it doesn't match the level of service that we were providing residents for most of the last 10 years. So, again, I move to approve and happy to have any conversation on the matter.
Thank you. Ms. Shepard.
Well, I support what Mr. Pierotti is saying. I agree with everything he said in terms of the fact that who are we hurting at this point. And I've heard from residents over on the south side of Atlanta, some of them, you heard some of them today talking about equity in terms of a balance, making sure that as we bring forth this new entity, that there is equity in terms of programs on the south side of Atlanta. They felt that some of the other ones were not to that point. But right now we have nothing. So, people are, just out there. And now some of the tennis courts, I understand, are being taken up by some of the other folks who actually play tennis just for a regular basis. And so it's just kind of crazy where we are right now. I agree with Mr. Ferrocchi. What is the point? Agape did a fair open bid. It's unfortunate that we are where we are, but we have to move forth as a city. We can't allow this to continue in this way. And I also heard what Mr. Ferrocchi said, that some of the folks who played at the previous entity are actually looking to come over to the new company. So I believe at this point it's time for us just to move forward and make sure we bring some valuable tennis programs back to the city, and hopefully it'll come out in a way that's equity across the city also. So I'm ready. So I second his motion.
Thank you. Motion by Ferrocchi, a second by Shepard. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councilmember Ferrocchi, I'm not sure. Do we have someone from Agape on the line? I don't think so normally.
Yeah, we hear from a vendor. Sorry, Matt.
No, it's okay.
Well, I just didn't know. I mean, I think this is significant legislation that I think having them on the line to speak to it would especially given the concerns that have been raised in the past, specifically to the contract. I think that would be important. So, Mr. Ferrocchi, Councilmember Ferrocchi, I'll turn my question over to you. Do we know how many within this new contract? Do we have an idea of how many people will be hired from within the city of Atlanta to facilitate the responsibilities?
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to respond? Or you...
No, you're good. There also appears to be a substitute that we need to consider, but we'll address that in a second.
Okay.
Why don't you address that? And then before you do, Mr. Brown, Deputy Chief Operating Officer LaShondra Butler-Burks is probably the other person to whom you could direct questions rather than a potential vendor.
And I would.
But Mr. Ferrocchi.
Out there.
No, I will defer to the Deputy COO. I think that's the appropriate person to respond. We don't have line of sight to what Councilmember, or at least I don't have line of sight to what Councilmember Brown asked about, so I defer to the city on that.
And just, Councilmember Westmoreland, just to be clear, Councilmember Ferrocchi, I only asked you because you're one of the council members that presented the legislation, so I just assumed that you would potentially have some information around that, so my apologies.
Ms. Butler-Burks, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of CDHS Committee. Yes, I am here.
Awesome. Good evening. Mr. Brown, what you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to find out within this Agape contract, the jobs that are going to be created through this contract. Will these jobs go, how many of these jobs will go to residents in the city of Atlanta? If not all of them, how many of them? If we have an idea of that number. And I'm just asking this because I know this is a question that, at least a majority of my communities have asked. So I just want to make it clear for the public.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for the question. While we don't know specifically how many jobs, because one of the things that is typical is that we need to go through an approval process through council and then a contracting process if it is approved with the actual vendor. And so we may have a little more information. What we do understand so far is that many of the former employees of the previous vendor have been in conversation with the proposed vendor around the possibility of jobs pending the contract.
So, Ms. Burks, just so I'm clear, we're passing a resolution directing the mayor
the administration to enter into an agreement with Agape. And I'm asking this not because I don't support this. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. We're entering into this, or asking you all to enter into this agreement without having specifics of what the agreement is going to entail?
We have specifics in their proposal around how many proposed employees they are looking to hire at each facility in order for it to be operated. But we can't force them to hire particular people. But again, from our understanding is that they have had conversations with many of the former employees and are looking to make them offers in the event this is approved and the contract is signed.
Understood. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Farokhi?
Yes, I apologize. There is a substitute that I meant to introduce, and I'm happy to do so. I don't know if Julia wants to do so, what the proper approach is, but I have one here to read in.
I think the proper approach would be for Ms. Shepard to remove her second and you to remove your motion, and then I need a motion to bring forward a substitute.
I'll remove my motion.
And I removed, or she removes her second, I remove my motion.
And then now I make a motion to bring the substitute forward.
Second, Farokhi.
Motion by Shepard, second by Farokhi.
One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. Mr. Bond, are you there?
Yay.
Thank you. My apologies. Mr. Bond is a yay. The vote is closed. 6 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is before us. Mr. Farokhi is lined up to speak, and either he or Law, if someone could speak to the substitute and what it changes.
I was going to, but I defer to Law.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, are you here?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here to speak to these changes in the substitute. They're really technical changes, nothing substantive. There's an amendment to the caption to state that the that the contract will be for an initial term of 5 years with a two-year renewal option. And then to reference that the revenues will be paid to a particular fund amount. So the caption is amended to do that. There are some just cleanup language regarding references to the proper references to the code and the whereas clauses. There are further references to the term of the agreement as well as the renewal options in the whereas clauses. And then at the end in the be it further resolved sections, there are the language which sets forth that Agape shall pay the minimum annual guarantee or percentage gross receipts, the appropriate account number to deposit those revenues into, and then just our standard language concerning that CPO shall direct and prepare any appropriate documents for execution to be approved by the city attorney, and stating that the agreement shall not become binding upon the city, and the city shall incur no liability upon the same until it's been approved as the form and executed in accordance with city's procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Furphy, I don't know if you're still signed up. Do you have something additional to say, or did we?
Just a motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion to approve on substitute from Faroki. Is there a second?
Separate.
Motion by Faroki, second by Shepard. If there are no other questions or comments, Mr. Bond. Mr. Bond, are you there?
My vote is yay.
Okay, thank you very much. 4 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. That item is favorable on substitute. Next item.
Item number 27, 20-R-4674, a resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee to correct the account strings outlined in resolution number 19-R-4741 to reflect the correct account strings under the 2018 RLF supplemental and account detail under the 2012, 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019 RLF supplemental funding sources intergovernmental agreement with Invest Atlanta on behalf of the Department of City Planning and for other purposes.
If there are no questions or comments, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Brown.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Brown. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Next. First held item is number 28.
That is 19-0-1321, CDP-19-033, an ordinance by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 114 Wesley Avenue Northeast from the low-density residential 0 to 8 units per acre land use designation to medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes, D-19-41 NPU O Council District 5.
There are no questions or comments. The recommended motion is to file, which I will make. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Westmoreland, second by Bond. Please open that vote.
The vote is open. Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed. Next item is number 32.
20-0-1554, CDP-20-28, 028, an ordinance by Councilmember Carlos Smith as amended by Community Development Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2016 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property at 1851 Jonesboro Road Southeast from the single-family residential land use designation to the low-density commercial land use designation and for the purposes NPV-20-0-57 NPUY Council District 1.
Me.
Ms. Smith, yep. What you got? Motion by Smith to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Shepard.
Motion by Smith, second by Shepard. Please open that vote.
Thanks, Joyce.
Mr. Bond, how would you like to vote?
Yay.
Got a yay by Mr. Bond, which takes us 6-0. Item is favorable. Item 38.
Item number 38, 20-0-1685, CDP-20-041, an ordinance by Councilmember Joyce M. Shepard to adopt the Council District 12 Neighborhood Blueprint Plan for Hammond Park and Ferguson to amend the 2016 Comprehensive Development Plan by incorporating by reference that plan and for other purposes, NPUX Council District 12.
Ms. Shepard, would you or Ms. Lavendier like to speak to this before we make a motion? Go for it.
Well, thank you. I want to thank the Plan Department, the Sizemore Group for this plan. It was supported by both neighborhoods, Ferguson and Hammond Park and NPUX, and we're excited about it. The motion is to approve.
I will second.
The vote is open.
Mr. Bond?
Yay.
Vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. That brings us to the end of our legislative agenda. If there are no other items to come before the body, our final meeting will be on December 15th, 2020. But until then, Ms. Smith?
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
All right. We got a motion to adjourn by Ms. Smith. If I will second on unanimous consent of all members present, we stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good meeting. Good meeting.
Goodbye.